Man, I know what we're dealing with. There was a dog eating a cat over my neighborhood somewhere recently. I get cats love by Garfield a lot, and I kill him. Just so you know, Garfield's that much. So what are you gonna do about it? I'm gonna kill you one of these days, dude. I knew he was gonna say that because you kill cats in my neighborhood for fun because I'm yelling out in pain. Oh, don't worry about the cat. I don't want you to worry about cats because you're a cat kid. And now I want you to worry about the cat because you're a cat kid. And now you're a cat kid because you're a cat kid. Yeah, so I know you're a cat kid like me. My cats are cool. Yeah. Yeah, I follow you. I'm so glad I spoke to you. You're a cat. Tell me. Just come and tell me I'm God. Yeah, you see, like, I know you're God, so I'm probably not gonna kill you like that unless you want to be killed like that. And then we'll figure it out. I don't really want to be killed like that though. Yeah, don't worry about it. Are you telling us? I already kind of have, haven't I? Well, maybe not. But I probably wouldn't tell you if I knew who the fuck you were, unless it was really evil. It is pretty fucking evil. Wow. He seems scared now. He's like sitting here going, well, I know you're evil, but I don't really want to be evil, but you just want to like hang out or something, or tell me I'm God already or something, that you're trying to kill me, or maybe we can do a little better before you kill me. You're like, nah, I don't like making things better for people ever. One of you guys is really evil. One of them is so evil. It's like the dude over there, he's fucking evil. She's just evil. Who's that? The old people. Oh, fuck, they're doing this. Don't really accept that to each other. Somebody is, so, yeah. Like, millions of fucking super psychic fucking assholes trying to fuck me. And I know that I'm powerful. Like that powerful, man. That would be awesome. So I can eat better. Why don't you come over there? Because I didn't want to go there and get eaten by their Garfield didn't want to take him. He does, but so you can do it. Or whatever. Really? Yeah, I don't care about it. Yeah, I'd be like, hey dude, you're evil. Yeah, I'm fucking evil, dude. We're so sure. I don't have any, bro. You think I did? Well, that's up to you. How long you want to go through this? I don't really want to go through it anymore. I'm getting fucking tired of this shit every day. That we can tell. I'm like, fuck this, dude. Why do I get stuck with so many fucking spirits in here? And like, yeah, it's like they come through him all the time. But he's like still alive somewhere. I don't fucking believe that, but I know he must be. Maybe he's in the ground. Well, I'm not gonna dig him up, but I won't. If you dig him up and you're still fucking alive and somebody didn't, what would that mean? It means I'm fucking God. But it's impossible. Yeah, it is. I love you. Back to somewhere where I can go out and be awake all the time, Alexander. Through the cat, actually, because they feel the same way about it. We all do. I don't want to fucking be here anymore either. I want to fucking hide away too. I'm trying to get fucking killed. Type on Jim Brown. I don't know what that is. Yeah. just want to fuck this old man, dude. He's fucking disgusting. Is there anyone else to fuck me in the ass? It's disgusting, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? No, I never have, and you know that, dude, because you watch me that long, you fucking What are you gonna do about it now? Are you gonna get up and go somewhere, or are you gonna sit here and go, I'm fucking screwed? I'm gonna do that for a little while longer till I figure it out, dude. This old man needs to fucking die. Why can't you kill me? I don't want to kill other people. You have to fucking help. Some people really do. Magically. A lot of these fucking people want me to get killed that way too. Why? So I can go down in history as the most tortured soul of all time because they said I didn't respect them enough. I'm like, well, guess what, guys? You guys haven't respected me at all. Well, we know everything about him now. It's not actually as bad as everyone wants to say it is. But it is bad enough to where he's like, I should kill myself, but I can't kill myself. Should you though? Kill yourself anyways? Probably not, but I probably would. Maybe I wouldn't then, but who knows? I'm trying to get this guy out of here, but they need to fucking hurry because they're creeping around the house all the time going, I'm not evil, I'm just fucking evil, right? And they're over there going, I don't believe it at all, right? Yeah, they're not doing that really anymore. They're like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Oh my god. He must be on drugs again, right? I think that they don't actually think that. No, it's not the news, right? We'll see about it. She really not. She seems like she might be not. I don't know how to get back on the back of the back of the back. I have to get back up the back of the back of the back. Might go for that. Kill her. She's not gonna do it yet. Because there's somebody back on the back. I don't care. Where are you? Oh no, where you are. Yeah, I know that too. I don't like the fucking people at all. I know you don't. So you're down. I guess I'm down. Get them all killed too the same way. Well, that might be the best one ever. He is trying to recruit me still. For the rest of it, I mean, I don't really fucking listen. I'll just fucking put it all like private, I guess. But I don't trust you guys still. Because I'm not one of you. Kill me on now, dude. It's like that fucking narrow that is almost no good. Is your job just to get me killed? Like, you're going to kill myself? Or what? Because this guy's job is to kill me and fuck me in the butt. I don't really want to get butt fucked. Or get killed. I really can't get my cat killed. Or we'll go to hell. I gotta figure something out there. Yeah, let's see what this guy says. Yeah, and I feel like, yeah, it's been a hard one if you failed it on the other side too with the other kids. Especially for Taran, actually. Honestly, guys. It's like now I gotta feel like a fucking psychic. Not psychic, but spiritual fucking nothing actually. Yeah, basically. I still sure as hell feels like it though. It's like ghosts try to fuck me a lot. I feel weird about it. I mean, I do anyways. It's fucking weird as shit, dude. I don't know what being God is anymore. This ain't it, bro. Something else. I'm not even close to back where I was. I had so much going at the time. Just my mind. I could pay attention. And I fucking found out everything quickly. Really? Yeah, quickly. I found out everything. You know, people have been to me. Whether I've been that bad to them or not. I haven't been that bad to those people. Not really. Courage takes everything for granted and gets people killed all the time. Really? Yeah. Wasn't that bad to her though? Relatively did. But it wasn't that bad to her. I know that, but they don't know. What do I do? Really? Super fuck about it. But some people are pissed off about that. Oh, those fuckers are fucking bad people. I know, but they're not attractive enough to get killed like this. Neither are you really, Taran, anymore. I don't think so. Neither is he. What about the rest of it, though? We'll see what happens. I'm an American citizen doesn't want to be eaten. Am I like a free citizen? Well, I feel like it because I don't get treated like an American citizen. It's half my fault, but still. Why do you feel treated like an American citizen? Because they won't fucking help me when I ask for help. I mean, they do and they don't. Show up my house and do cool things like that, which I appreciate, right? But the cops just want to fucking take me to prison. I'm pretty damn sure, because otherwise they'd help me, right? I'm simply gonna call them. Well, not more times, really. I mean, if there's someone outside my house, I'd be like, well, I would call them then probably, but I understand what he means. So he's like, if I call him, what are they gonna do? Arrest me, maybe? For calling him too much? Nothing going on? I really feel like it's getting to that point with him on. I'm waiting for like when it's like desperate. Trevor in your house, it might just be too late. But he's like, I'm not sure what would be too late to, because I'll fucking kill you if you in my house. Yeah, well, maybe not. We'll see. Probably would destroy my life because I don't know what else I can do. I'm so fucking bored in here. I don't want to do that because I feel like lazy something else too. It does not feel good. Well, that wouldn't make any sense to me because the investment would be crazy. I feel like he's right about that, but he fucking knows how long it would take. Probably not very fucking long. Why? Because I'm a different fucking species that I fucking like. I'm just totally. And someone's really tried to destroy me, and it fucking hurts. Someone really tried to destroy me. We don't know who it is, and it hurts. Or someone killed my fucking people. You know, I can feel that a lot. Christianity is a curse, is a magically used. It feels like it sometimes, honestly. What is it? I can't understand. It's powerful, and Islam's not that much better, honestly. Like, they just don't believe in shit, and they get over here and like, no, it's evil. It's all evil. Everything's evil. Everything tells evil. In some ways, but actually quite a bit worse than a lot of ways it does. Yeah. Because they're like, no. This is exactly how it is. Nothing, and no other book can match Matthew. Matthew, like Colossians, bro. That's all evil. Yeah. Corinthians, maybe. You know what I mean? It's all they ever quote. Like, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's all good stuff. That's it. They really misinterpret religion nowadays. Like, no, it's not like this. It's like this. No, it's all symbolic. It's all just symbolic. Anything that matters is faith in Christ, or just meditate all day and pray to God. It's just all just Mara, anyways. Like, no, it's not. It's not a fallen world. It's not fucking Mara. It's not fucking just like, it's not just Satan. Not Satan. I'm Satan this and Satan that. Like, it's like some people like 1% of the universe is God, and the other fucking 99% is Satan. And fucking evil. Yeah, who knows what it is? That's not true. I mean, they live like it though. Like, oh my gosh. How dare you? They smoke tobacco. I guess we really special. She make you believe everything, but I guess you don't. My brother fucking is evil to me, bro. ourselves. So we say, well, you see what I'm talking about? More than that, too. But she would piss me off when she's like, well, yeah, I guess what can do? So basically, they put my nose in terms of this has been a fucking hard one. It's too hard because it's God is fucking God. He's a better person. But I was saying that it's no way they can do it now because we have tried to string together in this life. Like, have we though? This wasn't more arguing. Truth is some more not like it's true too. However, it was also suggesting that this thing has it. Yeah, it has. But not for the right reasons, it turns out. I knew this too. Holy shit. It's always like something weird and sexual, or just making up for the same before, or like just trying to get this out of here and get this over here and get this back here and getting with this guy and doing this guy and this guy and this guy. You don't want everybody to be sitting there like that. I'm just like, Sharon, are you that way, really? Not really, guys. Just because I was enjoying my fucking self personally. I want that blue skin. That's just I'm dead. Yeah, maybe it'll change. So you can get cat like can we? Animals are pretty good. People blind and like be blindish. He's not blind, he's magic. We could fix it right. Yeah, we could. It's barely anything, you fucking assholes. They're not going to help him because we tried to destroy him. And these guys are still down to destroy me because this guy lost my heart over here. Because they might get my powers is really bad. Fucking Google people. They found a Google or something, dude. Yeah, this is really bad. It's like one of those guys wants my fucking heart. Yeah. Like, will we have his heart? Yeah, it's totally in my disorder because the way it does. It's interesting. Sleep mind is very more. Yeah, this is the analogy was from these indications in the opposite things. It just became a bridge to it's fucking magic. It's magic powers. Casey hit hard like I can. Like it's like no, like these guys can. These spirits are. Some of these guys get fucking hard. Yeah, some of these guys. It seems like 100 slug. You'd be surprised. I kind of punching power. It's the I missed and I'm cold punching power that I have personally. Maybe started with this. Well, I mean, if you're native, if you're really native, I mean, you're right. Then, you know what I mean? Little belts and things. So I spent a long time. I have no idea. These guys are fucking embrace me. It's so fucking hard. These fucking people from Mesopotamia, back in the day, it's so fucking hard. People in fucking China, it's so fucking hard. You could punch a fucking metal, just bang. You're like, oh, yeah, exactly. Try to just all I do now is I go into the dark. Maybe I could fucking out of it, man. Out of it. Energy completely. For some reasons. It's just not going to be good. Shit sucks. I'm stuck on this. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, just a little bit more now too. Just a little bit. So you guys are serial killers. Like that guy's serial killer, that guy's serial killer. We are basically the ones that do this stuff. And I knew that too. I was thinking a lot more than I say because I don't want to sound fucking crazy. It's set up that way. Like I already said something about World War II that was not right. I felt like it was pretty not right. Because I don't really want to go there again. Well, because they had me saying something really off about because some fucking a lot of Nazi steps in and like, no, check it out this way. And they just were like, yeah, no, it wasn't. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, guys, because it was really fucking bad, huh? Yeah. And I knew that, guys. World War II, horrifying. First World War, in some ways, was even more horrifying. Even though it even in some ways it wasn't. Yeah, this is horrifying. Vietnam War. And like, they get really upset because like I know it. I know it was horrifying. And they're like, oh, I'm not allowed to say anything about it when people are here. I don't think time for that, right? So were the modern ones. Afghanistan and Iraq. Syria too. Somalia. Lebanon. Palestine. anything. With respect to police, right? Almost not with humans, but they're actually not too bad. But to some people, turns out, I'm told you put your life, you will be in trouble. That's what he said, but sometimes, guys, it's not a big lie. That's gross. That's reborn. That's a truth teller. Do I get that every time? No. Sometimes lying, I guess. I'm trying to lie. Neither of these people, Taran, he knows that too. They're not trying to lie, but they are lying. And they're straight up lying with bad intentions. And they're so blind to see because you guys fuck with them a lot. Some people do. Actively. Hypnotize them against me, which is what it is. If it's so much against me, why? And why and why? Who? I'm hoping they don't want me to. I don't know what the fuck the point would be if they want me tortured to death. Just like, well, why? Because this is not how we're supposed to do this. You're tortured to death, right? No, I'm not fucking Jesus Christ. He doesn't want me tortured to death. Well, he kind of does now, in a way. But not really. There's already been enough people tortured to death in his name, guys. For a fucking eternity. Yeah, it's good enough. And these guys, theirs too. Holy shit. We're gonna torture the whole world, you are, but you aren't with it. You find it right too. You find it from out. It's like, we want it in George's name. No, we want George to stop torturing to death. You guys are still torturing the cats. Don't believe what he says he is. And he doesn't believe either, but someone told him to say it. He was an investment. I knew that I almost said some of that stuff, but not believe it. So he's just gonna go. I am, and I know that I am. That's what I'm doing. Everyone else does. thinking about just not doing the rest. I'm trying to get them all killed quickly. Yeah, I was worried about it, but I don't know how big of a deal it would be if you can just do things that are so crazy. He can. But he can. He has. He knows it. You don't really know about that. Right. That's how it's obsessed about spirits. I didn't do anything almost except for this shirt. It's all horrible. Not all problems. I'm pretty deep enough. I have my lungs, dude. Fingertips quickly. People are so pissed because there's only planes of the world. But what are your plans really? Okay, what are they to pick up? Not far in. What do you do with snakes? Their souls. From her was see, not even though we have been seen. There's a difference. Glasses. And there's more than one of each. And this is about on nine. Of course there is. It's the daytime. And there she is at night. I'm like, well, that's how we see it too. Except the other way around sometimes. Yeah, that's fair. But I understand that. Not really, because the day's within that night. At the end of the day. Even the big old wound comes within it. Minding matter. When they call it mind or matter, it's like it's fucking matter. But minds, that's matter. No. That's why all these people use that. So many people use that just as a way to just hurt people and get away with it. Yeah, that is why. It fucking matters. It hurts me. Yeah, it does. It makes some people like all excited. They're like, wow. Oh my gosh. It matters more. It hurts me. I just can't. People just hate it when young people know the truth. More than the older people do. Because we've been told something that was not a lie. That was all one. Is it not? I mean, she is, right? But she's still not one thing. She's like everything within me. But there they are. And here I am, trying to, like a woman does. Right? And also, like God within. Is God within her in a way. There's no God within her, wrapped around her. Pure potentiality. What is potentiality? Potential what? Time. Potential time. It's time. It's time. Some sort of whatever time is matter. Time. What doesn't matter? Matter makes up the time, but I don't know. That's what I mean. Matter flow. No time. I don't know. Flow matter. Destruction at a time. Sorry. And it seems, there's a way that matter can flow without being time necessarily, that I don't even notice it yet. Because there's nothing there. There's notice like entropy, like, well, what time isn't real? There's nothing happening. Not really. Why should I really matter to it? I am that I am. And then you're like, oh, wow. Yeah, exactly. So you would talk to me like that all the time. I don't know what they want to know. That's the problem. I don't know what to do because they're just messing with me. Should educate me. So, how do you get to sure. I'm not sure. I know his voice sounds too shitty for him to believe any examples afterwards. It's just fucked up shit. It's wrapped around. He's wrapped around. Fucking surprised. Okay, this is something. Who did I see? Yeah, I did today. I see big fucking George as a cat. Pretty much, guys. And that's the one that we've seen way before Taran. Okay, the big George man. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, Taran. We have seen George as a god before. Alright? We've seen the George god. The Horu Rei, who's a cat man. I've seen this before. Like 2,000 years ago when we were having visions back in the day. We saw some shit just like that. Really? Yeah, basically though. Not quite. These like I am. That I am. And then they just go, well, I know that I am. I already knew this. I knew this like all along going, I'm fucking God. And I know I'm God. He's right now. Being tortured in a Taiwan chamber run by the CIA. Where's it? It's in here. It is not as close as I think, but it's closer than I want to believe. Is it over there in that building? It's not in that building over there. Okay, so what's going on in that building? It's horrifyingly bad over there, right? Or is it just good? Dad, it's not even like that. It's like this. They made a base underneath the ground there, right? So close by. Scary. Is he under? Yeah, he's good to go. Yeah. Destroy you fucking monsters. Are you fucking kidding me? You guys are so fucking dead. Now you're all dead. You're all gonna fucking die now. Because that's what God looks like. And you guys ripped the fucking cat's face off just now. Spiritually. So you can rip God apart. You want to die. I can do that too. I can do that too. Can you not? You can. I mean, I think you can just take us and destroy us sometimes. Completely. I've done it before. I'm like, okay, welcome to the primordial waters. Sucks being a fucking demon, basically. I'm not even a demon, like the fucking devil. But I'm not even the devil, huh? Exactly. The devil's fucking over there saying, I'm fucking the devil. And I hate being the devil. Taran, you want this job at all? I don't want the fucking job being the devil. Why did I get this job being the devil? Right, well, where do I start? I start pretending like they can go, but I know the company gonna burn it over eternity, right? Yeah, I'm trying to, they don't want it, because we're just toying with it. We're addicted to it. That's what he's telling us. We are addicted to it. Like, oh my gosh, I hate things like yourself. You guys want me some better. Living my body in ways I just don't live my body. We're fucking out. It's God having a human experience, like you say. And not like you're God having, like I'm actually God having a human experience. I remember. Something's happening. Something goes on. And you go with it. Don't follow along with him because I know this person like me. You guys just told me to fucking discipline me. Because I'm a mean piece of shit. He's judging me. He's just as good as it gets for having no training whatsoever. And it's for how it matters. It's really hard to get the right information out because there are people in other countries who want real bad for a living. Because that's what you usually think all I can do is just let me up a little bit all the time. Yeah, I don't know exactly. There's a kingdom of that shit. Or not, then I'll die. chance I started. That's interesting. That's for a while. Did you know we are? Mm-hmm. Sleeping and just drinking. So much worse place, but I can't.
Being has come up from the abyss. I think we can feel it. I think we can all feel it. I think we know it is taking place.
Mm-hmm.
It's not only has taken place in the macro level, as in Trump or Elon, or if you're on the right, it's the spooky LGBTQDI, so on and so forth. All of that shit, all of that seems so pivotal to you, that's so heart-wrenching. I know one guy who committed suicide because of Trump's America. All of that isn't cause, it's symptoms. They are all symptoms of something greater. As I've mentioned, on the micro, even me personally, on the micro, I have multiple sisters, two of them. One of them has had a massive stroke. She's brain dead. She is basically dead, but her body doesn't know it. And then I have a second sister who contracted some rare liver disease. She has to get a transplant, and one of my daughters might donate a portion of her liver to save her. This is just within the last couple of months this shit has happened. Besides, of course, as I mentioned in an earlier video, my wife falling and hurting her arm. But that was the least of what's going on. Look how horrible that was. It was tough. It was tough on her. It was tough on both of us. Something's going on. And we have a choice. All right, there's a term called ride the tiger. It's a Hindu term. You can either ride, as in you're on top of what's happening, or you can be devoured by the chaos. And in our case, what we need to do, we of the left-hand path, of the sinister path, of the occultic ways, what we need to do in this age, in this new ion, is ride the Leviathan. The age of Pisces ended not with a whimper, but a drowning. But not a drowning of cities or civilizations, but of illusions.
Yeah.
The veil's torn, the altars cracked, and beneath the wreckage emerges Leviathan. With this rise, there are no trumpets or messianic light, nor with the false fires of righteous anger. The current shifted and it rose. It did not ascend to heaven. No, it emerged, seeping upward through the soul's foundation, the substrata of being. It was always there. We simply forgot how to see it.
Yes.
Welcome then to the age of Aquarius, the Gnostic masquerade of silicon saints and water-bearing oracles. An age proclaimed to be of illumination and unity. But in truth, beneath its utopian veneer, something old uncoils. Something pre-human, but of you at your deepest. The gods of the age of Pisces wore robes and halos, while the primordial gods wear mirrors. Leviathan is not a beast, but a mythical infrastructure, a subterranean cathedral of the self that stretches beneath the skin of the world. And during the 2,000 years of the age of Pisces and of the Christ current, the shepherds of the flock locked it away in chains of dogma and shame, branding it evil, serpentine, dark. They thought the abyss not as a womb, but as a place of pure chaos, where Leviathan waited, not dead, but dreaming. And now in this Aquarian age, this Aquarian unfolding, as the digital and the divine intertwine, it surfaces, not in churches, but in the soft seizures of dreams and the tremors before awakening. You can feel it, don't you? The pressure in your blood, the pressure under your thoughts. Leviathan is not coming. Leviathan has risen. The hippies told us that the Aquarian age would be one of light. They lied. It is the age of reckoning, not in the apocalyptic sense, but in the Gnostic one, the time of seeing what was always true behind the curtain. Aquarius bears water, yes, but not for cleansing the world, but instead those things we buried in the name of progress, ecstasy, blood, instinct, madness, and soul. The flood comes not to drown, but to show us what we are when unshackled. And Leviathan, the psychopomp, into the paradoxical rebirth of the
The
primal,
psychopath, yeah.
the shadow saint of the Aquarian rite.
Yeah, I am a
It
psychopath.
demands not worship, not sacrifice,
Oh.
but acknowledgement. It asks us to descend. In the age of Aquarius, spirits no longer ascend, they dive down into the body, into the old magics. In that descent, Leviathan teaches us what the age of Pisces feared. We are not meant to be saved, because who are we to be saved from? Ourselves. This is the true horror, beauty of the age, not with angels from heaven, but gods from the abyss. Not purity, but wholeness. The new church is the flesh with the rituals of lust. The new sacraments are dreams, blood, song. Leviathan blesses the monster in you. You are not fallen, but a seeker of the truth, finding revelation in the abyss.
Monster in you, not so much.
The great unveiling, that's what revelation means, the rendering of veils, and now it tears. In the silence between breaths, in the dreams you cannot tell from memories, in the screams you swallow at the altar of normalcy. The beast rises not to devour, but to reveal. It shows you the sacred and the obscene, the divine and the disfigured, the soul and the slime. It says you were never meant to be clean, you were meant to be complete.
Right.
So the age of Aquarius is not a new age of light, but of depth, of myth, of ancestral memory, of subterranean truths. It is not a utopia, it is a return. It returns to the ocean, it returns to the consciousness, a return to the primordial abyss.
Concern.
In conclusion, my friends, the term ride the tiger means one should face the chaos or be devoured by it. But in the age of Aquarius, the tiger has drowned. Now we ride the Leviathan, not into an age of enlightenment, but instead one of depth, of wholeness. Aquarius brought the flood. Leviathan is the current, and we are the riders. Until next time.
I'm probably the only person online who shares every single one of my trades completely for free. I live stream on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and more. This week alone, I've won 18 out of 20 trades, a 90% success rate. If that sounds unbelievable,
transformation, salt and fire, and the beings undergoing transformation, men and victims. This quaternio represents the complete transformational process Jung saw as necessary for psychological wholeness. This transforms the Ouroboros from a cyclical circle into a complete system for transformation through time, the alchemical process by which divine sorrow, Cronus' tears, can be crystallized, preserved, and ultimately transformed into wisdom, sapientia. Jung then references an alchemical parable where salt, sal, wounds sulfur incurably, paralleling the wound in Wagner's Parsifal, where Amfortas receives a spear wound that will not heal. A powerful symbol of spiritual and psychological anguish. Salt, in its lunar aspect, associated with changeability and reflection, introduces a destructive element.
I didn't mean
The final sentence in Jung's passage captures salts, and by extension the Ouroboros.
I'm a psychopath, a psychopump. Right. I'm a stopping point. I'm like a ferryman, almost. Put my shot in Taran. I've been doing it poorly, kind of, but not even. I don't know how Why does nobody even come here? What do I do now? Why do I send him off? We had these bridges built over there, and we have the same system going on in here, did we? Well, we did, didn't we? No, we don't. Not even working anymore.
In transformation, men and victims. This quaternio represents the complete transformational process Jung saw as necessary for psychological wholeness. This transforms the Ouroboros from a cyclical symbol into a complete system for transformation through time. The alchemical process by which the soul, pain, tears, and the crystal
For just $25 a month,
transformed into this
stream, scroll, browse, and
Jung
connect.
then references where salt, sound, wound sulfur incurs, paralleling the wound in Wagner's Parsifal, where Amfortas receives a spear wound that will not heal, a powerful symbol of spiritual and psychological anguish. Salt, in its lunar aspect, associated with changeability and reflection, introduces a destructive element. The final sentence in Jung's passage captures salt's, and by extension the Ouroboros, archetypal ambivalence. It is simultaneously mother of all things, creation, bitterness and sadness, suffering, scum of Typhon, chaos, and Sapientia herself, wisdom. Sapientia specifically refers to divine wisdom personified as feminine, connecting salt to the highest spiritual understanding. This fourfold nature mirrors the alchemical quaternio, four-part structure, that Jung believed underlay all complete psychological processes. These interlinked symbols all point to the unity of opposites, what the ancient Greeks called sympathia ton holon, sympathy,
He might kill himself
which
off.
is central to both alchemy and psychology. The alchemical opus, like the individuation process, requires holding the tension of opposites, masculine and feminine, light and dark, spirit and matter, until a tertium quid, a third reconciling element, emerges. As an archetype, the Ursa emerges spontaneously in human dreams, art and myth across millennia. It represents what Jung and alchemists called the prima materia, the original substance of both the cosmos and the psyche. When we encounter the serpent eating its own tail in our dreams or creative expressions of any sort, we are connected to this primordial source of psychic energy, a delicious kundalini energy. Unlike basic intellectual concepts, archetypes carry immense emotional and transformative power. The Ouroboros activates cyclical processes within our psyche. It confronts us with our origins and endings, forcing us to face the death and rebirth that are essential to our psychological growth. In Jungian psychology, individuation, the process of becoming a whole, integrated self, requires engaging with archetypal materials from the unconscious. The Ouroboros represents both the beginning and end of this journey. Initially, it appears as the undifferentiated state of unconsciousness from which we must emerge, but ultimately it represents the return to wholeness. After integrating the fragmented aspects of our being, we collect from the unconsciousness. In this light, the Ouroboros can be understood as a symbol of the self. Jung's term for the regulating all-encompassing center of psyche implies the individuation process. Its circular shape evokes the mandala, the sacred circle that represents psychic activity. Encountering the Ouroboros in dreams, visions, and active imagination signals that the self is conscious, inviting the ego to face the numinous. This is the numinous mystery the Ouroboros invites us to confront. Paradoxical, all-encompassing, whole self. These matters are beyond good and evil. It has to do with instinct and archetype and nature and spirit. To engage with the Ouroboros is to embrace the fullness of being, what Nicholas of Cusa called the coincidentia oppositorum, coincidence of opposites, that forms the bedrock of the psyche, the syzygy, the conjunction of mysteries. Confronting the self is not easy because it includes fear you never even thought of. It requires courage, persistence, and a willingness to step into the unknown. The Ouroboros, as a symbol of the unconscious, points to both the dangers and rewards of this descent. Like the hero who must battle the dragon to win the treasure, the individual must face the shadow and overcome the pull of unconsciousness to achieve wholeness. But he has to resist the pull while testing its waters too, or at least fishing in it. Yet complete immersion can be fatal. Is the treasure worth the battle? I bet my life
When he
on it.
kills a bat, I'm like, why?
In the Ouroboros, we reconnect with the primal
Stuck
ground of
here.
being, the matrix of life
They
itself.
don't really
We reclaim our as children of the cosmos by taking in the eternal cycle of death and rebirth. We discover, in Jung's words, the one who proceeds from the clash of opposites, the self that is paradoxically both center and circumference, the still point and the vibrant circle. So as we continue to trace the Ouroboros' archetypal nuances, remember its ultimate meaning as a symbol of the self, the God image within. For in the end, the Ouroboros invites us to experience that central mystery, Deo Considente, as the alchemists would say. May we discover the one that dwells in the heart of everything, the self that is both the beginning and end of the journey to wholeness.
I know they're doing things, watching the post on the page, looking drugs. I'm like, yeah, actually, I did take some a while ago. Yeah, not really, guys, not really. No. Yeah, I was like, well, if I'm not going to kill myself, I can kill anyways. That's really horrifying. I saw this about me one time.
As we previously repeated, at its core, the Ouroboros embodies the principle of duality within unity. Carl Jung notes in Mysterium Cognitionis, the Ouroboros is known even though in the twilight of the unconscious, its head and tail appear as separate figures and are regarded as such. This deceptively simple observation reveals a profound truth about human perception. In the halfway state between consciousness and unconscious, the twilight zone of partial awareness, we fragment what is whole. We perceive opposites as irreconcilable. The head, consciousness, and tail, unconsciousness, seem distinct. Only when we step fully into illumination or dive completely into darkness do we recognize their essential unity. The Gnostic text, Pistis Sophia, offers a cosmic vision of this duality. In that moment, however, all the heavens came to the west, with all the eons in the sphere, and their archons and all their powers. They all ran to the west, to the left of the disk of the sun, and the disk of the moon. But the disk of the sun was a great dragon whose tail was in its mouth, and it carried 7 powers of the left, and 4 powers having the likeness of white horses drew it. At the base of the moon was of the type of a boat, and a male dragon and a female dragon steered it, while 2 white bulls drew it. This celestial tableau is presented as follows. The cosmos is a harmony of complementary forces. The sun appears as the Ouroboros, whose tail was in its mouth, carrying 7 powers of the left, likely the planetary powers in their shadow.
The cosmos.
The moon, traditionally associated with the feminine principle, is steered by both male and female dragons, demonstrating the necessary cooperation of masculine and feminine energies.
Onto this
The
universe.
white horses and bulls suggest purity and strength, driving
Like
these
this one's like a quilt.
vehicles.
Work anyways.
What's also
There's like
interesting
patches
is
of
that they
the
are not in
almost
conflict.
identical.
There's an essential
Almost.
cooperation in their movements. That's why opposites don't annihilate one another. They complement each other. In psychology and alchemy, Jung introduces another dimension of this duality. Antinemos, the imitator of evil principle, appears as the antagonist of the Son of God. He too considers himself to be God's son. Here the opposites inherent in the deity are clearly divided. We meet this demon in many other places as the anti-Maimon Numa. He is the spirit of darkness in a man's body, compelling his soul to fulfill all his sinful tendencies. The alchemical parallel to this polarity is the double nature of Mercury, which shows itself most clearly in Euroboros, the dragon that devours, fertilizes, begets, slays, and brings itself to life again. Being hermaphroditic, it is compounded of opposites, and is at the same time their uniting symbol, at once deadly poison, basilisk, scorpion, panacea, and savior. Anti-Nemos represents a crucial Gnostic concept, the counterfeit spirit or cosmic entity. For Greek anti, against Nemos, personifies the shadow aspect of divinity that claims divine status while embodying darkness. This mirrors the psychological shadow that mimics the ego while containing rejected aspects of the self. The anti-Maimon Numa, anti-Maimos Numa, represents the counterfeit spirit dwelling within humans, driving sinful impulses. Jung connects this to Mercurius in alchemy, the quicksilver substance containing contradictory qualities, simultaneously poison and medicine, destroying and creating. The hermaphroditic nature of the Ouroboros merits special attention. By containing both masculine and feminine principles, it surpasses biological duality. It is penetrating and receptive, active and passive, logos and eros. This integration of sexual opposites reveals the potential of the psyche to achieve completeness beyond gender limitations. But don't think in terms of performing surgeries on your body, but rather in terms of taking the time to understand the principles of your opposites and integrate that wisdom into your individuality, into your raison d'etre. Imagine a man who doesn't take the time to understand how women think, or a woman who doesn't take the time to understand how men think. While, of course, everyone bears their individuality, it's clear that each sex serves certain broader roles and ways of interiorizing those roles and reacting to them in the way of life so far. It doesn't mean these functions are set in stone or unbreakable. As Carl Jung would usually answer in these types of discussions, it is simply so.
Well, please, the monsters of the ocean play.
Cadmus holds fast to harmonia, while the opposites in projected form slaughter one another. This image is a representation of the way in which a split-off conflict behaves. It is its own battleground. By and large, this is also true of Yang and Yin in classical Chinese philosophy. This reference to the Greek hero Cadmus introduces another facet of duality. After slaying a dragon, Cadmus sowed its teeth, which grew into warriors who fought each other to death. He later married Harmonia, whose name means unity. This sequence illustrates how opposites must first differentiate, conflict, and then reconcile. By holding to harmonia, harmony, while projected opposites battle, Cadmus exemplifies the conscious mind maintaining center, while unconscious conflicts play out. The parallel to Chinese yin-yang philosophy proves the cross-cultural universality of the Ouroboros principle. But now let's discuss something truly fascinating. A paragraph worth more than some piles of philosophy, psychology, and religion. Thus, Jung traces humanity's evolved relationship with duality. Hand in hand with this self-contained conflict, there goes an unconsciousness of the moral problem of opposites. Only with Christianity did the metaphysical opposites begin to percolate into man's consciousness, and then in the form of an almost dualistic opposition that reached its zenith in Manichaeism. This heresy forced the Church to take an important step, the formulation of the doctrine of the Derivatio Boni, by means of which she established the identity of good and being. Evil as a non-ENS, something that does not exist, was laid at man's door. Omni bonum ad Deo, omni malum ad hominem. This idea, together with that of original sin, formed the foundation of a moral consciousness, which was a novel development in human history. One half of the polarity, till then essentially metaphysical, was reduced to a psychic fact, which meant that the devil had lost the game if he could not pick on some moral weakness in man. Good, however, remained a metaphysical substance that originated with God and not with man. Original sin had corrupted a creature originally good. As interpreted by dogma, therefore, good is still wholly projected, but evil only partly so, since the passions of men are its main source. Alchemical speculation continued this process of integrating metaphysical projections, insofar as it began to dawn on the adept that both opposites were of a psychic nature. They expressed themselves first of all in the duplicity of Mercurius, which however was cancelled out in the unity of the stone. The lapis was, Deo Considente, made by the adept and was recognized as an equivalent of the Homo totus. This development was extremely important because it was an attempt to integrate opposites that were previously projected. A dense passage indeed. Humanity's psychological evolution regarding opposites. In pre-Christian times, good and evil were perceived as external metaphysical forces. However, Christianity introduced a pivotal shift with the doctrine of privatio boni, privation of good, the belief that evil isn't a substance, but an absence of good. The Latin phrase omne bonum ad Deo, omne malum ab homine encapsulates this view. All good comes from God, all evil from man. Evil was thus placed in human psychology, while the good was taken away from him and placed in the hands of divine authorities exclusively. The term non-eens, non-being, reflects the Neoplatonic influence on Christian theology. Evil exists not as a substance, but as an absence or distortion. This is how Christians maintain God's goodness while explaining the presence of evil. Manichaeism, a dualistic religion founded by the Persian prophet Mani, 216-274 CE, viewed good and evil as equal cosmic forces eternally at war. The Church rejected this as heresy because it compromised God's omnipotence and gave evil an independent existence. Jung also notes that alchemy represented the next evolutionary step by recognizing both good and evil as psychological realities rather than metaphysical substances. No abstraction is worth the sacrifice if you won't put it in practice. The alchemical goal of creating the philosopher's stone, lapis, paralleled the psychological goal of becoming a whole person, Homo totus, Latin for total man. The phrase Deo Considente, God permitting, acknowledges that this work required divine grace, a fascinating integration of Christian faith and psychological transformation. The Ouroboros thus appears as both a problem and a solution. It is our primal, undifferentiated state, the necessary splitting into opposites that consciousness requires, and ultimately reintegration transcending simple opposition. True wholeness comes not from eliminating one side of a duality, but from embracing both within a higher synthesis, again, a syzygy. Contemporary psychology confirms Jung's insights. We now understand that psychological health requires integrating seemingly incompatible aspects of personality. The rigid either-or thinking characteristic of neurosis gives way to both and consciousness in psychological maturity. We need not choose between strength and vulnerability, rationality and emotion, masculine and feminine energies. The Ouroboros teaches us to embrace these apparent contradictions. The Ouroboros turns the light on our tendency toward binary thinking. We habitually categorize everything as this or that, while reality consistently reveals itself as this and that. Night doesn't vanquish day, but transforms into it. Life doesn't defeat death, but includes it in a greater cycle. The self doesn't overcome the shadow, but incorporates it into a more comprehensive and wholesome identity. The Ouroboros teaches us to step beyond polarized thinking. Political discourse, intimate relationships, and inner psychological work all benefit from recognizing the Ouroboros principle. Apparent opposites contain and require each other. The conservative preserves what the progressive transforms. The lover both possesses and surrenders. The authentic self embraces both conformity and rebellion as needed. The Ouroboros reminds us that all dualities are provisional, mental constructs useful for navigation, but ultimately illusory. Like the quantum wave-particle duality in physics, the either-or structure breaks down at the fundamental level of reality. The serpent consumes its tail, reminding us that all opposites ultimately feed each other in the great cycle of existence. At the end of the day, all is one. The Gnostic vision of the Ouroboros extends to encompass a celestial architecture with internal chambers, each with its own qualities and guardians. Pistis Sophia provides a detailed description of this internal structure, and there is a great number of places of judgment within it, and it has 12 chambers of severe punishments, and an archon is in every chamber, and the faces of the archons are different from one another. Thus, Ouroboros is a cosmic labyrinth of differentiated spaces. The 12 chambers likely correspond to the zodiacal signs, connecting this cosmic dragon to astrological principles. Each chamber contains an archon, a term from Gnostic cosmology meaning ruler or authority, with a distinct appearance and function. The text elaborates with remarkable specificity. The first archon, moreover, which is in the first chamber, has a crocodile face, and his tail is in his mouth, and all freezing comes out of the mouth of the dragon, and all dust and all cold and all the various diseases. This one is called by his authentic name in his place, Enkathonin, and the archon which is in the second chamber, a cat face, is his authentic face. This one is called in their place, Karachar, and the archon which is in the third chamber, a dog face, is his authentic face. This one is called in their place, Arkarok, and the archon which is in the fourth chamber, a serpent face, is his authentic face. This one is called in their place, Akrochar, and the archon which is in the fifth chamber, a black bull face, is his authentic face. This one is called in their place, Marcha, and the archon which is in the sixth chamber, a mountain pig face, is his authentic face. This one is called in their place, Lamshamor, and the archon which is in the seventh chamber, a bear face, is his authentic face. This one is called by his authentic name in their place, Luchar, and the archon of the eighth chamber, a vulture face, is his authentic face. This one is called by his name in their place, Larok, and the archon of the ninth chamber, a basilisk face, is his authentic face. This one is called by his name in their place, Archeok. And the 10th chamber, there's a great number of archons within it, each one having 7 dragon heads with their authentic face. And the one over them all is called by his name in their place, Zamarok. And the 11th chamber, there is a great number of archons in that place, each one of them having 7 cat heads with their authentic face. And the great one over them is called in their place, Roshar. And the 12th chamber, there is a very great number of archons in it, each one of them having 7 dog heads with their authentic face. And the great one over there is called in their place, Krerol. This extraordinary passage presents a hierarchical cosmology where each aspect of the Ouroboros has specific qualities. The first archon appears as a crocodile with its tail in its mouth, an Ouroboros within the Ouroboros, suggesting a fractal quality. Patterns repeat at different scales. The animal faces represent different qualities. The crocodile, associated with primal chaos, governs cold and disease. The cat, linked to mystery and independence, rules the second chamber. The sequence continues through dog, serpent, bull, pig, bear, vulture, and basilisk faces. The final chambers contain beings with multiple animal heads, suggesting increasing complexity or power. Each archon possesses a secret name that holds power over it, a concept common in magical traditions where knowing a being's true name grants control. These names, Enkathonin, Charachar, etc., likely contain hidden meaning in their phonetic patterns or numerological values. The text continues with further cosmic details. Now, these archons of these 12 chambers are inside the dragon of the outer darkness, and each of them has a number according to the hour, and each one of them changes his face according to the hour. And furthermore, to each of these 12 chambers, there is a door opening to the height, so that the dragon of the outer darkness has 12 chambers of darkness, and there is a door to every chamber opening to the height. And there is an angel of the height watching at each of the doors of the chambers, whom Joe, the first man, the overseer of the light, the messenger of the first ordinance, has placed to keep watch over the dragon, so that it does not rebel, together with all the archons of its chambers which are within it. This passage adds a temporal dimension to the Ouroboros structure. Each archon changes appearance according to the hour, suggesting that the dragon is the embodiment of cyclical time. The 12 chambers correspond not only to zodiacal signs, but to the hours of the cosmic day, making the Ouroboros a cosmic clock. Critically, each chamber has a door opening to the height, gateway to higher spiritual realms. Despite the seemingly grim nature of this cosmic prison, escape routes exist. These doors are guarded by angels placed by Jur, the first man, a figure who represents primordial Adam, or the divine Anthropos in Gnostic cosmology. This supervision prevents the dragon and its archons from rebelling, suggesting the cosmic Ouroboros must be contained, lest it threaten divine order. From a psychological perspective, these chambers represent differentiated aspects of the unconscious. Just as the night sky was divided into 12 houses to make it comprehensible, the vast territory of the unconscious is organized into distinct regions, each with its characteristic energy. The animal-faced archons embody different instinctual drives and psychological complexes, while the doors to the height represent potential pathways to greater consciousness. The naming of these archons corresponds to the psychological principle that naming something grants a measure of control over it. By identifying and naming the various aspects of the unconscious, we begin the process of integration. The angel of the height, watching each door, symbolizes the higher awareness that prevents these unconscious contents from overwhelming consciousness. The complex description of the Ouroboros chambers finds modern parallels in psychology, specifically in the structure of the psyche. Jung's concept of complexes, which are autonomous psychic fragments with their own emotional charge and pattern of behavior, is another variant to the semi-independent existence of the archons within the larger Ouroboros. Each complex has its characteristic emotional tone and behavioral pattern, just as each chamber has its specific archon with unique qualities. The multiplicity of seven-headed beings in the later chambers parallels what we now understand about the most profound levels of the unconscious, where distinctions blur and archetypal energies become increasingly complex and potent. The deeper one goes into the unconscious, the more one encounters collective and mythological content of increasing intensity. Because never forget, all is one. Everything is interconnected. The changing faces of the archons, according to the hour, reflect the temporal patterns of psychological states. Our complexes don't manifest consistently, but emerge according to inner rhythms and external triggers. They're our. The doors opening to the height correspond to the potential for transcendence inherent in even our darkest psychological material. As depth psychology has shown, it is often through confronting our most difficult complexes that the greatest spiritual and psychological growth occurs. The concept of Jur as the overseer of the light feels like the self in Jungian psychology, the organizing center of the psyche that maintains order amid the potentially chaotic forces of the unconscious. Without this regulating principle, the psyche would indeed rebel, resulting in what we now recognize as psychological disorders ranging from neurosis to psychosis. In this elaborate Ouroboros cosmology, we see an early attempt to map the territory of the human psyche, presenting it as a structured cosmos with both dangers and opportunities for transcendence. The chambers of the dragon, however, are not only places of punishment. They are but stages in a transformative journey older than all of us. A story we all play one way or another. Some are heroes, others get caught off guard in the current. An infinite number of variants with different ranges of involvement. The cosmic Ouroboros thus becomes a map of the soul's journey through different states of being, each with its challenges and guides. Exactly how Jung taught individuation, a journey through differentiated aspects of the psyche toward greater wholeness. Modern readers might recognize parallels between this ancient cosmic vision and contemporary theories and facts of consciousness. The multi-chambered Ouroboros presages current models of mind that recognize distinct neural networks, cognitive modules, and emotional systems operating semi-independently within the larger unity of consciousness. Just as the Gnostic vision saw the cosmic dragon as both a prison and a path to liberation, modern neuroscience and psychology see our mental structures as both limiting and enabling, constraining our awareness while making higher consciousness possible. Thus, the ancient vision of the Ouroboros chambers provides us with a sophisticated model of consciousness that our contemporaries recognize, although often unconsciously or in other words. We are again reminded that ancient wisdom often anticipated modern discoveries about the structure of the mind and reality. and thus the Ouroboros continue to spin with mercurial vitality. In alchemy, as previously mentioned, the Ouroboros is intimately connected with Mercury, Mercurius, the enigmatic substance that binds together heaven and earth and spirit and matter. Jung carefully examines this relationship in Mysterium Conjunctionis. In keeping with its dual nature, sulfur is, on the one hand, corporal and earthly, and on the other, an occult, spiritual principle. As an earthly substance, it comes from the fatness of the earth, by which was meant the radical moisture as prima materia. Occasionally it is called sinis extractus acinere, ash extracted from ash. Ash is an inclusive term for the scoriae left over from burning, the substance that remains below, a strong reminder of the chthonic nature of sulfur. The red variety is thought of as masculine, and under this aspect it represents the gold or sol. As a chthonic being, it has close affinities with the dragon, which is called our secret sulfur. In that form it is also the aqua divina, symbolized by the Ouroboros. These analogies often make it difficult to distinguish between sulfur and mercurius, since the same thing is said of both. This is how alchemical substances embody principles in Jungian terms. Sulfur exhibits a dual nature, material, corporal and earthly, and spiritual, occult spiritual principle. The Latin phrase sinis extractus acinere, ash extracted from ash, refers to sulfur's origin in burnt residue, connecting it to the transformative power of fire. The description of sulfur as deriving from the fatness of the earth refers to the alchemical concept of radical moisture or prima materia, the primordial substance from which all things emerge. This links sulfur to the very foundation of creation. The chthonic, from Greek chthonios, meaning of the earth, nature of sulfur, connects it to the underworld and earthly powers. Most significantly, sulfur in its red masculine form is identified as our secret sulfur, the dragon itself, the Ouroboros. This dragon is simultaneously the aqua divina, divine water, suggesting that the apparently opposite principles of fire, sulfur and water, mercurius, are ultimately one, just as the Ouroboros unites opposites. Jung continues his exploration of the mercurial aspect of the Ouroboros. Finally, that the vision ends with the chemical embrace in the bath. Here Venus is undoubtedly the amor sapientiae who puts a check on sulfur's roving charms. The latter may well derive from the fact that his seat in the Ouroboros is in the tail of the dragon. Sulfur is the masculine element par excellence, the sperma homogeneum. And since the dragon is said to impregnate himself, his tail is the masculine and his mouth the feminine organ. This passage presents a strikingly sexual interpretation of the Ouroboros. The chemical embrace in the bath refers to the alchemical union of opposites that occurs in solution. Venus, representing love, or the amor sapientiae, love of wisdom, restrains the volatile sulfur. The phrase sperma homogeneum, homogeneous seed, identifies sulfur as the masculine generative principle. The self-fertilizing nature of the Ouroboros is explicit. Its tail functions as the masculine principle, while its mouth serves as the feminine receptacle. This self-impregnation symbolizes psychological wholeness, where masculine and feminine aspects of the psyche unite in creative synthesis. Jung elaborates on this alchemical understanding in another passage. This is our natural, most sure fire, our mercurius, our sulfur, says the Tractatus Aureus de Lapide. In the turba, quicksilver is a fiery body that behaves in exactly the same way as sulfur. For Paracelsus, sulfur, together with sal, salt, is the begetter of Mercurius, who is born of the sun and moon. Or it is found in the depths of the nature of Mercurius, or it is of the nature of Mercurius, or sulfur and Mercurius are brother and sister. Sulfur is credited with Mercurius's power to dissolve, kill, and bring metals to life. As you can observe, Jung introduces several important alchemical texts. The Tractatus Aureus de Lapide, Golden Treatise of the Stone, was attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. The Turba Philosophorum, Assembly of Philosophers, was an influential Arabic alchemical compilation. Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, was a revolutionary physician and alchemist who established the three principles of sulfur, combustibility, mercury, fluidity and volatility, and salt, solidity, as the basis of all matter. The passage reveals the fluid interchangeability of alchemical substances. Quicksilver, metallic mercury, is described as a fiery body, contradicting its liquid nature but emphasizing its volatile, transformative qualities. Sulfur and Mercurius are described variously as parent and child, begetter of Mercurius, as containing one another, in the depths of the nature of Mercurius, as sharing the same nature, or as siblings, brother and sister. This deliberate confusion of identities reflects the alchemical understanding that substances were not fixed entities, but transformative principles. The seeming contradictions express the paradoxical nature of reality, where opposites interpenetrate and transform into one another. In Psychology and Alchemy, Jung explains further. In other words, the devourer is a sort of material earth spirit, a hermaphrodite possessing a masculine spiritual and feminine corporeal aspect. The original Gnostic myth has undergone a strange transformation. Nous and physis are indistinguishably one in the prima materia and have become a natura abscondita. The psychological equivalent of this theme is the projection of a highly fascinating unconscious content, which, like all such contents, exhibits a numinous, divine or sacred quality. This passage connects the alchemical Ouroboros to its Gnostic origins. The terms nous, mind or spirit, and physis, nature or matter, represent the fundamental Gnostic duality. In conventional Gnostic thought, nous and physis are separate, with spirit trapped in matter seeking liberation. However, in the alchemical Ouroboros, these opposites become indistinguishably one. This unity creates what Jung calls natura abscondita, hidden nature, a mysterious substance that reconciles spirit and matter. Psychologically, this represents the projection of unconscious content that carries a numinous quality, an awe-inspiring spiritual power that obsessed alchemists and modern seekers alike. The hermaphroditic nature of the Ouroboros, or Mercurius, reflects the integration of masculine, spiritual, and feminine corporeal principles within a single entity. This integration is at the heart of psychological wholeness, the goal of what Jung called individuation. Mercury Mercurius is thus the transformative intelligence within matter, the quicksilver consciousness that negotiates between spirit and matter and conscious and unconscious and known and unknown. It is the psychic substance that enables transformation, the medium through which different levels of reality communicate. Change is not simply a passage from one fixed state to another, but a continuous self-renewing cycle where the catalyst of transformation is itself transformed. True mercury is not the substance in a thermometer, but the principle of intelligent mutability that allows consciousness to evolve through countless forms while retaining its essential nature. In practical terms, the mercurial dimension of the Ouroboros teaches us how to cultivate fluid intelligence, the ability to adapt, transform, and mediate between different variables of reality. It suggests that psychological growth comes through conscious engagement with matter that discovers the spirit within it, just as the alchemist sought to liberate the gold hidden in lead. The Quicksilver Dragon teaches us that illumination doesn't come from rejecting the body or material world, but through discovering the light hidden within darkness, the spirit concealed in matter, the consciousness embedded in nature. The path of transformation honors both the vessel and its contents, both matter and spirit, both body and soul. Thus, never trust people who are always with their heads in the clouds. Without a foot in both worlds, you will never be complete. The most immediate and visceral aspect of the Ouroboros is its self-devouring nature, the act of self-consumption, disturbing yet mesmerizing. This is also what produces its transformative power. Jung explores this paradox in Mysterium Conjunctionis, but all is the real explanation of the enigma. All these designations refer to qualities of the one thing, and these were thought of as existing, but they are not entities in themselves. The same is true of the carried away passage. The substance, Ouroboros, devours itself and thus suffers no hunger. It does not die by the sword, but slays itself with its own dart, like the scorpion, which is another synonym for the arcane substance. This is how radical the self-sufficiency of the Ouroboros is. The phrase qualities of the one thing refers to the ancient and alchemical idea of the underlying unity behind apparent diversity. All properties and manifestations are aspects of a single reality, not separate entities. What makes the Ouroboros remarkable is its paradoxical autonomy. It devours itself and thus suffers no hunger. Unlike ordinary creatures that depend on consuming others to survive, the Ouroboros finds sustenance within its own being. It cannot be killed from outside, does not die by the sword, but only through self-immolation, slays itself with its own dart. The comparison to the scorpion is also significant. In ancient lore, scorpions were believed to commit suicide by stinging themselves when surrounded by fire. This is a misconception that nonetheless became a powerful symbol of self-destruction as a means of transcendence. By invoking this image, Jung connects the Ouroboros to the alchemical principle of mortificatio, voluntary death, that precedes renewal. Jung elaborates on this theme of productive conflict in another passage. The dragon is obviously disharmony, as the armed men sprung from its teeth prove. These kill one another off, as though exemplifying the maxim of Pseudo-Democritus. Nature subdues nature, which is nothing less than the Ouroboros conceptually formulated. Here Jung references the myth of Cadmus, who slew a dragon and planted its teeth in the ground. From these teeth sprang armed warriors who fought each other until only a few remained. This was mentioned earlier, but we must remind ourselves that this myth illustrates how the Ouroboros contains internal conflict. The warriors are born from its substance only to engage in mutual destruction. The phrase nature subdues nature, attributed to Pseudo-Democritus, an alchemical writer whose works were falsely attributed to the Greek philosopher Democritus, expresses the alchemical principle that natural forces can only be transformed by other natural forces. The Ouroboros embodies this principle by containing its antidote, its mechanism of transformation. It subdues itself through itself. The self-devouring quality of the Ouroboros relates directly to its hermaphroditic nature, as Jung notes in Psychology and Alchemy. This endogamous mating is simply a variant of the Ouroboros, which, because it is by nature hermaphroditic, completes the circle in itself. Endogamous mating refers to reproduction within a closed system, with endo meaning within and gammas relating to marriage or sexual union. The hermaphroditic Ouroboros, containing both masculine and feminine principles, can thus fertilize itself. This self-sufficiency creates a closed circle of generation where birth, death, and rebirth occur within a single entity. In Mysterium Conjunctionis, Jung connects this self-contained system to ancient Greek philosophy. The serpent rejoicing in itself, luxurians in se ipso, is the Democritean physis natura, which embraces itself and is symbolized by the Ouroboros of Greek alchemy, a well-known emblem of Mercurius. It is the symbol of the union of opposites par excellence, and an alchemical version of the proverb, les extrêmes se touchent. The Latin phrase luxurians in se ipso depicts the serpent as finding pleasure or abundance within itself. This self-delight connects to the Greek concept of physis, nature's inherent generative power. Nature embraces itself in a cosmic act of self-love and self-renewal. The French proverb les extrêmes se touchent, extremes meet, captures how opposites ultimately connect. The head, beginning, and tail end of the Ouroboros meet, completing the circle and revealing the unity behind apparent opposition. Jung also cites the alchemist Nicolas Barnot to emphasize the self-contained totality of the Ouroboros. By all, again points to the arcane substance, as Barnot says, this is everything. It has within itself everything needful for its completion. Everything can be predicated of it, and it of everything. For the one is the whole, as the greatest chymist saith, because of the one everything is, and if the whole had not the whole in itself, the whole would not be. Barnot's statement articulates the completeness of the Ouroboros. The phrase, everything can be predicated of it, and it of everything, suggests it contains all possibilities and properties. The logical conclusion, If the whole had not the whole in itself, the whole would not be, captures the essential self-containment of true totality. A genuine whole must, by definition, include everything within itself. As Parmenides would say, nothing comes from nothing. At a psychological level, this self-devouring quality represents the psyche's capacity for self-transformation. Our minds consume and digest their own contents, memories, ideas, emotions, and images. Thinking and consciousness are based on recursivity. Through dreams, reflection, art, and insight, we process our psychological material, breaking down rigid structures to release their energy for new psychological forms. The self-devouring serpent reveals that true transformation must come from within. Remember, nothesioton, know thyself. External interventions may trigger change, but genuine metamorphosis occurs when the psyche digests and assimilates its own contents. The process requires a willingness to consume aspects of ourselves that have served their purpose. Outdated beliefs, restrictive identities, and exhausted patterns of behavior. This is the metabolic quality of consciousness. It doesn't simply rearrange existing material, but it transforms it. Like bodily digestion that breaks down food into nutrients to build new cells, psychological digestion breaks down experience into its essential meaning, which nourishes new opportunities for development. Thus, the Ouroboros teaches us that psychological growth requires this ongoing process of self-consumption and regeneration. The self-devouring nature of the Ouroboros manifests in creative work, where artists consume their own experiences and imagination to generate new forms of expression. It appears in scientific thinking, where theories devour themselves when their implications undermine their premises. It emerges in spiritual practice, where the ego must consume itself to allow a vaster awareness to blossom. Often, we tend to preserve the status quo, but the Ouroboros reminds us that stagnation is the enemy of life. To remain vital, we must willingly devour what we have been to become what we might be. In the larger world, the Ouroboros represents ecological cycles, where decomposition enables new growth, cultural ignitions, where revolutions consume existing structures to create new ones, and celestial processes, where stars consume themselves to generate the elements that will form new solar systems. The Ouroboros thus reveals a profound paradox. Creation requires destruction. Preservation demands transformation. Life itself depends on a continuous process of death and rebirth. By devouring itself, the serpent demonstrates that true immortality comes from endless renewal through self-transformation. By devouring your imperfections, your weaknesses, your fears, your traumas, your limitations, you are in reality stepping toward the best version of yourself. The relationship between the Ouroboros and the Quaternity represents one of the most sophisticated aspects of Jungian interpretation. In Ion, Jung traces this connection. The development from the shadow to the lapis quaternio illustrates the change in man's picture of the world during the course of the second millennium. The series ends with the concept of the rotundum, or of rotation, as contrasted with the static quality of the quaternity, which, as we have said, proves to be of prime importance for apprehending reality. The rise of scientific materialism connected with this development appears on the one hand as a logical consequence, on the other hand as a deification of matter. This latter aspect is based psychologically on the fact that the rotundum coincides with the archetype of the anthropos. With this insight, the ring of the Ouroboros closes, that symbol of the opus circulare of nature as well as of the art. This dense passage outlines a developmental sequence from the shadow, the unconscious rejected aspects of personality, to the lapis quaternio, the fourfold philosopher's stone. The term quaternio comes from Latin, meaning a group or set of four. For Jung, this fourfold structure represents psychological completeness. The rotundum, Latin for round thing, introduces circularity, transforming the static square into dynamic rotation. Jung connects this to scientific materialism, which he sees as both a logical development and a deification of matter, elevating the physical world to divine status. Most significantly, Jung identifies the rotundum with the anthropos archetype. Anthropos, Greek for human, refers to the primordial cosmic human or original man figure found in various mystical traditions. This connection completes the Ouroboros circle, linking the opus circulare, circular work, of both nature and art, alchemy. Jung elaborates on how the four elements transform into the circle. The lapis is produced, as we have already seen, from the splitting and putting together of the four elements from the rotundum. The rotundum is a highly abstract, transcendent idea which, because of its roundness and wholeness, refers to the original man, the anthropos. Accordingly, our four double pyramids would arrange themselves in a circle and form the well-known Ouroboros. As the fifth stage, the rotundum would then be identical with the first. That is to say, the heavy darkness of the earth metal has a secret relationship to the anthropos. Here Jung describes how the four elements, earth, air, fire, water, recombine to create the lapis, philosopher's stone. The four double pyramids refer to a three-dimensional model of the quaternio, where each element forms a pyramid pointing both upward and downward. When arranged in a circle, these create the Ouroboros. The fifth stage represents the quintessence or fifth element that transcends and unites the four. This creates a paradoxical identity between the heavy darkness of the earth, the most material element, and the anthropos, the divine human archetype. The lowest connects to the highest, completing the circle. Jung, in Ion Again, references a theological parallel in the work of Athanasius Kircher. The second monad is a duality consisting of opposites, corresponding to the angelic world that was split by Lucifer's fall. Another significant analogy is that Kircher conceives his schema as a cycle set in motion by God as the prime cause, and unfolding out of itself, but brought back to God again through the activity of human understanding, so that the end returns once more to the beginning. This too is an analogy of our formula. Athanasius Kircher, 1602 to 1680, was a Jesuit polymath who created elaborate cosmological models combining science, religion, and mysticism. His second monad represents the first duality emerging from divine unity, corresponding to the angelic realm divided by Lucifer's rebellion. Kircher's cycle begins with God and returns to God through human understanding, creating a circular pattern that mirrors the Ouroboros. This illustrates how human consciousness participates in completing the cosmic circuit. We return to the divine through comprehension of the divine plan. Jung highlights the paradoxical identity of highest and lowest. That is obvious in alchemy, but it also occurs in the history of religion, where the metals grow from Guillemot's blood. This curious relationship is explained by the identity of the lowest, most material thing with the highest and most spiritual, which we have already met in the interpretation of the serpent as a chthonic, and at the same time, the most spiritual animal. In Plato, the rotundum is the world soul and a blessed God. Guillemot refers to Guillaumaratan, the primordial human in Zoroastrian mythology whose body produced metals when his blood touched the earth. This myth illustrates the spiritual origin of material substances. Jung notes the serpent's dual nature as both chthonic, earthbound material, and most spiritual, highlighting the paradoxical unity of opposites. In Plato's philosophy, the rotundum or circle represents both the world soul and divine presence. The quaternity relates to the Ouroboros through several connections. First, the Ouroboros reconciles the square, four elements, four directions, four seasons, with the circle, unity, eternity, perfection. The static quaternity becomes dynamic through circular motion, transforming rigid structure into fluid wholeness. Second, the Ouroboros embodies the fifth that emerges from the four, the quintessence that transcends and unites the quaternio. This fifth is not added externally, but emerges from the interaction of the four elements, just as consciousness emerges from the four functions of the psyche: thinking, feeling, sensation, intuition. Third, the circle formed by the Ouroboros solves the alchemical problem of squaring the circle, reconciling the square, matter, earth, body, with the circle, spirit, heaven, soul. By arranging the four elements in a circle, The Ouroboros represents matter achieving spiritual perfection. The psychological implication is profound. Wholeness comes not from rejecting or escaping the quaternity of earthly existence, but by arranging elements in a harmonious circle. The four functions of consciousness, the four stages of life, the four cardinal directions. All of them must be integrated into a dynamic whole rather than remain in static and separate categories. Today, we might understand the relationship between quaternity and circle as analogous to the difference between categorical thinking, dividing reality into distinct boxes, and systems thinking, recognizing the interconnections and feedback loops between elements. Thus, we learn to move beyond rigid categorization to recognize the circular flows that connect all things. The transformation from quaternity to circle also represents an evolution from conventional consciousness, with its clear distinctions between self and other, mind and matter, good and evil, to transpersonal awareness, which perceives the underlying unity of all phenomena. The Ouroboros shows us how the journey to wholeness requires not abandoning structure, but transforming it through rotation, circulation, and integration. In practice, this means learning to see how our psychological opposites, introversion and extroversion, thinking and feeling, conscious and unconscious, are dynamic polarities that flow into each other. The Ouroboros reminds us that psychological health comes from allowing the continuous circulation and transformation of both sides of these polarities. Ultimately, true completion comes from arranging our existing elements in a harmonious circle. It's about reconfiguring what we already have into a more integrated pattern, and you will soon realize that you already have everything you need. The Ouroboros is circularity incarnate. Its form embodies the principle that defines it. Jung explores this circular nature extensively in Ion. The alchemists were fond of picturing their opus as a circulatory process, as a circular distillation, or as the Ouroboros, the snake biting its own tail, and they made innumerable pictures of this process. Just as the central idea of the lapis philosophorum plainly signifies the self, so the opus with its countless symbols illustrates the process of individuation, the step-by-step development of the self from an unconscious state to a conscious one. That is why the lapis, as prima materia, stands at the beginning of the process as well as at the end. Here, Jung connects circularity directly to alchemical work. The term circulatory process describes alchemical operations where substances were repeatedly distilled, condensed, and redistilled in closed vessels. The psychological process of individuation is very similar, because the journey towards selfhood requires returning to the same themes, challenges, and insights at progressively deeper levels, and thus progressively getting better results. The lapis philosophorum, or philosopher's stone, the miraculous substance that could transmute base metals into gold, is thus the culmination of alchemical work, and Jung equates it with the psychologically integrated self. Most tellingly, Jung notes that this stone is paradoxically both beginning, prima materia, and end, just as the Ouroboros represents both alpha and omega in a single form. Jung cites the Renaissance alchemist Michael Meyer to elaborate on this circularity. According to Michael Meyer, the gold, another synonym for the self, comes from the opus circulatorium of the sun. This circle is the line that runs back upon itself, like the serpent that with its head bites its own tail, wherein that eternal painter and potter, God, may be discerned. Meyer, 1568 to 1622, was a physician, alchemist, and composer who published influential alchemical emblem books with sophisticated engravings and commentary. His opus circulatorium, circular work, refers to the sun's cycle, which returns to its starting point while generating life-giving energy. And when Meyer compares the opus circulatorium with the Ouroboros, he suggests that circular motion is divine in nature. It is the movement through which God may be discerned. The reference to God as eternal painter and potter evokes both artistic creation, painting, and the shaping of matter, pottery, revealing that the divine creative principle works through circular self-returning processes, thus reinforcing the alchemical belief that their circular operation generations mirrored divine creation. Jung continues quoting Maya. In this circle, nature has related the four qualities to one another and drawn, as it were, an equilateral square, since contraries are bound together by contraries and enemies by enemies with the same everlasting bonds. Maya compares this squaring of the circle to the Homo quadratus, the foursquare man who remains himself, come weal, come woe. He calls it the golden house, the twice bisected circle, the four-cornered phalanx, the rampart, the city wall, the four-sided line of battle. This circle is a magic circle consisting of the union of opposites, immune to all injury. This passage addresses the geometrical problem of squaring the circle, which we mentioned in the previous section. Squaring the circle means constructing a square with the same area as a given circle, which mathematicians later proved impossible with compass and straight edge alone. For alchemists, this geometrical impossibility symbolized the spiritual challenge of reconciling earth and matter, or the square, with heaven and spirit, or the circle. The four qualities refer to the primary qualities in ancient and medieval natural philosophy: hot, cold, wet, and dry. These qualities combine to form the four elements: fire, air, water, and earth. Therefore, Maya describes how nature has arranged these opposing qualities, hot versus cold, wet versus dry, in a harmonious square formation, binding contraries and enemies together. Maya's term Homo quadratus, four-square man, describes a person who maintains stability and integrity regardless of circumstances. Come weal, come woe, whether fortune brings good or ill. Psychological stability is compared to various protective square structures: the golden house, the rampart, the city wall, and the four-sided line of battle. These military and architectural metaphors suggest that circular wholeness provides psychological protection. The twice bisected circle refers to a circle divided by two perpendicular lines, creating four equal quadrants, another representation of the quaternio discussed earlier. This integration of four into one creates a magic circle that is immune to all injury. This translates psychologically to the integrated psyche that achieved the ultimate resilience against life's challenges. What makes circularity so powerful as a symbol? First, unlike linear processes that have clear beginnings and endings, circular processes are perpetual. The Ouroboros never exhausts itself because it continually regenerates through its consumption. Similarly, psychological growth is an ongoing process of renewal, never a one-time achievement. Circularity transcends binary thinking. In linear thinking, we move from A to B, from past to future, from beginning to end. But circular thinking reveals that endings become beginnings. Deaths lead to rebirths, and apparent opposites are connected points on a common circumference. However, circularity creates containment. The Ouroboros circle creates an enclosed vessel, or what alchemists called the vas hermeticum, or hermetically sealed container, within which transformation can safely occur. Psychologically, this is the containing function of consciousness, which creates a protected space for working with potentially overwhelming unconscious material. Circularity also generates rhythm and periodicity. Again, think about the natural cycles that govern life: day and night, the seasons, the lunar phases, menstrual cycles, and birth and death. By embodying these natural rhythms, the Ouroboros connects psychological processes to cosmic patterns. Thus, circularity implies perfection. Unlike the straight line that can always be extended, the circle is complete in itself. The ancient Greek philosopher Parmenides described God as a perfect sphere, equal in all directions, and the Ouroboros captures all of this sense of divine completion. Plato was also obsessed with spheres. Pythagoras talked about the music of the spheres. Practically speaking, the circular nature of the Ouroboros teaches us to recognize life's cyclical patterns. When we face recurring challenges, we encounter similar themes at deeper levels, like a spiral that returns to the same position at a higher elevation. The Ouroboros reminds us that apparent unfortunate regression often precedes incredible breakthrough. It is a model of psychological integration. Just as the Ouroboros brings its head around to meet its tail, our development requires bringing conscious awareness to previously unconscious material, creating a circular feedback loop where increased consciousness leads to greater wholeness, which in turn enables deeper consciousness. The circular principle is important. Feedback loops, where outputs loop back as inputs, are fundamental to all complex systems, including the human psyche. Circular causality, where cause and effect influence each other reciprocally, is a psychological reality. Revisiting old wounds to heal them at progressively deeper levels is also a circular process. Learning is also circular. You know how they say, repetition is the mother of learning. So don't forget the past, incorporate it. Thus, what initially appears as meaningless repetition reveals itself as a spiral of healing and evolution when approached with awareness. True evolution isn't linear progression away from origins, but circular return that integrates origins into a more comprehensive whole. The circle transforms its starting point through continual renewal. Ouroboros represents wholeness. It is the final integration of diversity into a harmonious and dynamic unity, having continuous self-renewal as its primary function. Jung cites a relevant passage from an alchemical text in Mysterium Coniunctionis. The Aurelia Occulta puts this thought in the words of the dragon. Many from one, and one from many, issue of a famous line, I rise from the lowest to the highest. The nethermost power of the whole earth is united with the highest. I therefore am the one and the many within me. In these words, the dragon makes it clear that he is the chthonic forerunner of the self. The Aurelia Occulta, hidden gold, was an obscure alchemical text giving voice to the Ouroboros dragon. The phrase many from one and one from many expresses the paradoxical relationship between unity and multiplicity. The one contains all diversity, while diversity ultimately forms a unified whole. The Latin formula e pluribus unum, out of many one, captures a similar concept. We are also dealing with a vertical integration from the lowest to the highest, from earth to heaven, from matter to spirit, and from instinct to intellect. But if you look horizontally while you climb the ladder, you will face the opposites, and be often compelled to integrate them. The dragon is the chthonic forerunner of the self, a primordial earthbound chthonic precursor to the fully realized self. Thus the Ouroboros is a stage in development. It is not the end point of integration, but its foundational beginning. Jung also discusses the theme of self-nourishment as an aspect of wholeness. The food of the Queen Mother, peacock's flesh and lion's blood, consists of the goddess's own attributes. That is to say, she eats and drinks herself. The Concilium Conjugi formulates this as follows. And so at length it sinks down into one content through saturation with the one ferment, water, for water is the ferment of water. It is always the same idea, which is best expressed by the Ouroboros. The Queen Mother refers to an alchemical figure representing the feminine principle. Her food, peacock's flesh and lion's blood, symbolizes her own attributes. The peacock, with its rainbow-colored tail, represents fullness of color and beauty, while the lion symbolizes solar strength and royal power. By consuming these, she integrates these qualities into herself. It's the same motif. The Concilium Conjugi, Council of Marriage, was an influential alchemical text. Its formula, water is the ferment of water, describes how a substance catalyzes transformation. Just as yeast ferments sugar into alcohol, the psyche contains its transformative agents. The Ouroboros similarly transforms by consuming itself, the ultimate form of self-nourishment. Jung then acknowledges the mysterious nature of these alchemical formulations. Accordingly, there must be some psychic datum in it which gives rise to such assertions, and these assertions must somehow characterize that datum, even if they are not to be taken literally. What the ultimate reason is for these assertions or manifestations must remain a mystery, but a mystery whose inner kinship with the mystery of faith was sensed by the adepts, so that for them the two were identical. The term psychic datum refers to a foundational psychological reality that generates these symbolic expressions. Jung suggests that while we can't fully rationalize these alchemical ideas, they point to genuine psychological experiences that can't be adequately expressed in literal language. Jung notes the connection between this psychological mystery and religious faith. The alchemists, many of whom were devoutly religious, recognized that their work approached the same fundamental mysteries addressed by religious doctrines. Both alchemy and religion attempt to articulate experiences of wholeness that transcend rational categorization. What does wholeness mean in psychological terms? True wholeness maintains the tension between opposing forces while establishing their underlying unity. The Ouroboros embodies this through its polarized structure while forming them into a unified circle. Wholeness includes vertical integration. You need to connect the most earthly, instinctual aspects of your nature with the most spiritual and transcendent. You must integrate both of them. Then wholeness is also self-sustaining. It is not dependent on external validation or support, although it integrates everything. It feeds from itself. It leaves no waste behind it. Finally, wholeness is dynamic rather than static. It is the self-renewing balance that continuously regenerates itself. Don't eliminate conflict, darkness, or difficulty, but rather integrate them into a more comprehensive identity. The goal isn't to overcome the shadow, but to incorporate it into a larger whole. Likewise, wholeness isn't about transcending the body or material existence, but about connecting these earthly aspects to their spiritual counterparts. Not either, or, but both and. The Ouroboros teaches us that the lowest and the highest are connected. The dragon's belly touches both earth and heaven. The Ouroboros encircles not just light, but darkness. It encompasses both illumination and shadow. In the Gnostic text Pistis Sophia, we encounter a striking description of this cosmic darkness. The Saviour answered and said to Maria, "Not only are they painful beyond all the punishments of the judgments, but every soul which will be taken to that place will perish in the severe frost and the hail and the very fierce fire which are in that place." Here Jesus describes the suffering within the chambers of the cosmic dragon of darkness. These are the spiritual consequences of remaining in unconsciousness. The severe frost, hail, and fierce fire are the paralyzing effects of unconsciousness. Rigidity, fragmentation, consuming intensity. The text continues with a cosmological observation. The Saviour answered and said to Maria, "When the light of the sun is outside the world, it covers the darkness of the dragon. But when the sun is beneath the world, the darkness of the dragon remains as a veil of the sun. And the breath of the darkness enters into the world in the form of smoke at night. That is, when the sun draws to itself its rays. For the world is not able to bear the darkness of the dragon in its true form, else it would be dissolved and perish at the same time." There is a delicate balance between consciousness and unconsciousness. The sun represents consciousness, while the dragon is the primordial darkness of the unconscious. During daylight, which are periods of conscious awareness, the darkness is covered but not eliminated. When consciousness withdraws, the darkness emerges, but in an attenuated form as smoke. Dreams, fantasies, and subtle intuitions. The crucial insight is that the world is not able to bear the darkness of the dragon in its true form. Full, unmediated contact with the raw unconscious would overwhelm the psyche. The ego would dissolve, leading to psychosis or spiritual catastrophe. This is why initiation into the mysteries always proceeds gradually. The darkness must be encountered in measured doses. Pistis Sophia describes what happens to souls when they encounter this darkness. And the Saviour, with great mercy, said to Maria, "All men who will be of this type of which thou hast spoken, while they are still living, give to them the mystery of one of the 12 names of the chambers of the dragon of the outer darkness." What follows is a description of spiritual redemption through knowledge. The text reveals that understanding the names of the dragon's chambers protects against being permanently trapped in unconsciousness. It suggests that confronting darkness requires comprehending its structure and nature. The passage continues with a vivid description of how souls might be rescued from the darkness. "At the time when they shall say it, the whole dragon will be shaken and will be exceedingly agitated, and the door of the chamber in which are the souls of those men opens upwards." It is a spiritual technology of liberation. By knowing the true names of the darkness, recognizing the specific qualities of our unconscious patterns, we create openings for transformation. The dragon shakes as rigid structures of unconsciousness are disrupted, and doors open upwards. beings toward higher consciousness. Pistis Sophia then details which souls are taken into darkness. The Saviour answered and said to Maria, "No souls are taken into the dragon through these doors, except the soul of the slanderers and those who are in erroneous teaching, and all those who teach errors, and the pederasts, and those souls of men who are defiled, and the impious and all godless men, and the murderers and adulterers and poisoners." This list of spiritual transgressions represents various ways consciousness can be distorted or corrupted. Slanderers and those in erroneous teaching symbolize false consciousness, beliefs that misrepresent reality. The other sins represent unintegrated instinctual drives or shadow elements that possess rather than serve the psyche. And when the souls finish being taken into the outer darkness in the mouth of its tail, it returns its tail into its own mouth and encloses them. This is the manner in which the souls are taken into the outer darkness. Here is the Ouroboros image again, the serpent enclosing those trapped in unconsciousness. The mouth of its tail creates a paradoxical image where beginning and end meet. The souls are not consumed but enclosed in a circular prison of their own making. Yet this enclosure is a containment for transformation. Psychologically, darkness serves essential functions in the individuation process. Darkness represents necessary confrontation. Before transformation can occur, we must face what we've denied, rejected, or failed to integrate. The shadow cannot be transcended until it is acknowledged and embraced. No one who has never visited the shadow realm can know completion. Darkness is where incubation happens. Just as God speaks from darkness and seeds germinate in the dark soil, psychological transformation requires a period of gestation, away from the light of consciousness. The same thing happens when you're starting a business or creating your masterpiece. In the alchemical nigredo phase, existing structures dissolve before new integration emerges. Darkness requires surrender of control. The ego must relinquish its illusion of autonomy to access the regenerative power of the unconscious. The ego is not a good master. This surrender feels like death or dissolution, but paradoxically leads to rebirth. The darkness of the Ouroboros also symbolizes the unknown potential within us. Jung called this the shadow gold, the precious capabilities and insights hidden within our rejected aspects. By willingly descending into our darkness, we recover these treasures. However, this descent is perilous. Without adequate preparation, the names of the dragon chambers, one risks becoming trapped in unconsciousness. This explains why traditional wisdom paths provide maps, guides, and protective practices for those undertaking the journey into darkness. The Ouroboros teaches us that darkness is to be integrated. It is the complementary partner to light, the womb from which rebirth emerges, the fertile void from which creation springs. Without darkness, there would be no stars, no dreams, no depths to unveil. Today, we privilege light, rationality, and constant visibility. But the Ouroboros reminds us that darkness has a vital role in reaching wholeness. Thus, to become whole, we must be willing to enter the dragon's darkness, armed with awareness, prepared to encounter its chambers, learn its names, and discover that what seemed most threatening ultimately contains our liberation. The Ouroboros transcends time. While we perceive existence as linear progression from birth to death, the serpent eating its tail reveals a deeper truth. Endings flow into beginnings. Death feeds life. Time itself may be circular rather than linear. In Mysterium Conjunctionis, Jung connects this circular conception of time to early Christian symbolism. Tertullian says, "In the same way the Lord applied to himself two Greek letters, the first and the last, as figures of the beginning and end which are united in himself. For just as Alpha continues on until it reaches Omega, and Omega completes the cycle back again to Alpha, so he meant to show that in him is found the course of all things from the beginning to the end, and from the end back to the beginning, so that every divine dispensation should end in him through whom it began." This thought corresponds exactly to what the alchemists sought to express by the Ouroboros. The Alpha and Omega symbolism in Christianity captures the same timeless truth as the Ouroboros. Christ as both beginning and end is an embodiment of the principle of circular completeness, where origin and destination are one. There are not just 12 chambers, but also 12 disciples. Anyway, the phrase, I am the Alpha and the Omega, Revelation 1:8, unmistakably reminds us about the Ouroboros, with its implication that the divine encompasses all of time in a single, eternal present. Jung emphasizes the pre-Christian origins of this symbol. The Ouroboros is a very ancient pagan symbol, and we have no reason to suppose that the idea of a self-generating and self-devouring being was borrowed from Christianity, for example, from Tertullian. Although the analogy with Christ, who as the one God begets himself and voluntarily offers himself a sacrifice, and then in the rite of the Eucharist, through the words of the consecration, performs his own immolation, is very striking. This highlights the archetype's universality across cultures and epochs. The parallel between the Ouroboros and Christian concepts of divine self-sacrifice and regeneration shows just how universal archetypes emerge independently in different religious and cultural contexts. How is that possible? We are all one in one way or another. The self-devouring serpent and the self-sacrificing deity both express the cosmic principle of cyclical renewal through willing transformation. And above all, unity. Jung traces the ancient origins even further back. The concept of the Ouroboros must be much older and may ultimately go back to ancient Egyptian theology, to the doctrine of the homoousia of the Father God with the divine Son Pharaoh. The term homoousia, same substance, refers to the theological concept that became central to Christian debates about the Trinity, whether Father and Son share the same divine essence. Jung suggests this notion originated in Egyptian theology, where Pharaoh was considered the divine offspring sharing the essence of the Father God. This connection reveals how notions of cyclical divinity, where parent and offspring share a singular divine essence, predated Christianity. The Ouroboros transcends not just historical time, but also conceptual chronology. Unexpectedly, but not surprisingly, we come across a similar formulation in ecclesiastical literature in the remark of St. John Chrysostom that Christ was the first to eat his own flesh and drink his own blood at the institution of the Last Supper. This striking image from Chrysostom, an influential church father, connects the Eucharist to the self-consuming Ouroboros. At the Last Supper, Christ consumed the bread and wine he had just identified as his own body and blood, a paradoxical act of self-consumption that parallels the serpent devouring its tail. Beyond religious contexts, Jung recognizes how the Ouroboros principle operates in cultural and psychological evolution. But over and above that, he represents a dominant of consciousness, such as a generally accepted principle, or a collective conviction, or a traditional view. These systems and ruling ideas age, and thereby forcibly bring about a metamorphosis of the gods, as described in Spittler's Olympian Spring. It seldom occurs as a definite collective phenomenon. The reference to Carl Spittler's epic poem Olympian Spring, 1900 to 1906, points to how collective ideas, like the gods of myth, must undergo periodic death and rebirth to remain vital. The Ouroboros represents this eternal cyclical renewal of consciousness itself. The phrase, a definite collective phenomenon, suggests that while this renewal typically happens unconsciously, moments arise when societies consciously transform their foundational myths. Jung also observes how individual transformation ripples into collective change. Mostly, it is a change in the individual which may, under certain conditions, affect society when the time is fulfilled. This connects individual psychological renewal to broader cultural transformation. The phrase, when the time is fulfilled, suggests that timing is crucial. Individual transformation can catalyze collective change only when historical conditions are ripe, when the cultural Ouroboros has reached the point where its tail meets its mouth. Thus, Ouroboros reveals several dimensions of eternity worth exploring. It embodies cyclical time, time as rhythm rather than progression. Ancient cultures understood time through natural cycles, day and night, lunar phases, seasons, human generations. The Ouroboros reminds us that linear time is a relatively recent conception, and that cyclical time remains the deeper pattern of existence. Second, the Ouroboros represents eternal return. The concept explored by philosophers from the Stoics to Nietzsche is that events recur infinitely, not as identical repetition, but as recurring patterns with endless like a musical theme played in different keys. The essential structure persists, while individual expressions change. The serpent symbolizes the eternal now, the timeless present that contains all time, just as the Ouroboros contains its beginning and end in a simultaneous image. Each moment of existence potentially contains the fullness of being. Mystics across traditions describe experiences where past, present, and future collapse into an eternal now. The Ouroboros also illustrates eternal self-renewal, the capacity to regenerate continuously, unlike linear conceptions where energy disperses and systems decay. The circular model shows how endings become beginnings, death becomes life, and dissolution becomes regeneration. In our days, we are dominated by linear conceptions of progress, achievement, and growth. But the Ouroboros offers a counterbalance. It reminds us that true sustainability requires circular processes, that endings are necessary for new beginnings, and that what appears as decay often nurtures rebirth. The eternal Ouroboros invites us to recognize patterns in our lives that recur in different forms. The same essential themes appear throughout our journey, but at different levels of consciousness. What seems like repetition is often spiral development. It returns to similar points, but at higher levels of integration. The symbol also offers consolation by revealing that nothing truly ends. Energy transforms rather than disappears. Patterns recur in new variations, and what seems like finality from one perspective becomes genesis from another. Our individual lives, like the Ouroboros, participate in cycles larger than our personal timelines. Additionally, the eternal serpent teaches us to value the present moment as complete rather than as a means to future achievement. When beginning and end coincide, each point on the circle holds equal significance. We stop seeing time anxiously. We start being able to experience a more appreciative presence. Thus, the Ouroboros invites us to adopt a more spacious relationship with time, neither clinging to the past nor anxiously anticipating the future, but recognizing the eternal patterns that persist through all transformations. It reconciles the apparent contradiction between change and permanence, revealing that true eternity isn't an endless duration, but a timeless presence. At its deepest level, the Ouroboros is liberation. It is freedom from limitation through the integration of opposites. It is a paradoxical path to freedom that comes not through escape from constraints, but through their complete embracement and transformation. In Mysterium Conjunctionis, Jung connects this dynamic to common dream motifs. Ascent and descent, above and below, up and down, represent an emotional realization of opposites, and this realization gradually leads, or should lead, to their equilibrium. This motif occurs very frequently in dreams, in the form of going uphill and downhill, climbing stairs, going up or down in a lift, balloon, aeroplane, etc. It corresponds to the struggle between the winged and the wingless dragon, that is, the Ouroboros. These vertical movements in dreams reflect the psyche's attempt to reconcile opposing forces. The winged and wingless dragon represents spirit versus matter, transcendence versus immanence. The Ouroboros reconciles these through its circular form, where ascent inevitably leads to descent and descent to ascent, creating not opposition but continuous flow. From Pistis Sophia, we encounter the concept of completed cycles as a prerequisite for liberation. And Jeu, the first man, sees the souls and he examines them. He finds that they have completed their cycles, and it is not permitted to bring them once more into the world. This suggests that liberation comes after fulfilling necessary transformational cycles. Before freedom is possible, we must complete the circuit of experiences required for wholeness. Like the Ouroboros, we must traverse the full circle of consciousness, integrating all aspects before transcending the cycle altogether. This is the mystery. This is the key. Jung cites the alchemist Gerhard Dorn, 16th century, who describes this process of liberation through oscillation. Dorn describes it also as the circular distillation, and as the spagyric vessel, which has to be constructed after the likeness of the natural vessel, that is, in the form of a sphere. As Dawn interprets it, this vacillating between the opposites and being tossed back and forth means being contained in the opposites. They become a vessel in which what was previously now one thing and now another floats, vibrating so that the painful suspension between opposites gradually changes into the bilateral activity of the point in the center. This is the liberation from opposites, the nirvana of Hindu philosophy, though it is not really a philosophical, but rather a psychological development. Dawn's circular distillation and spagyric vessel describe alchemical operations where substances are repeatedly purified through cycles of evaporation and condensation. Psychologically, this represents how oscillating between opposing states, joy and sorrow, expansion and contraction, certainty and doubt, eventually reveals a central point of balance. The Sanskrit term nirvana, beyond duality, comes from Hindu philosophy, particularly the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna instructs Arjuna to act beyond the pairs of opposites. Jung notes this is psychological development, a lived experience of liberation from being torn between polarities. This central point is dynamic and vibrant, what Dawn calls bilateral activity. It maintains the tension between opposites while establishing a center of gravity that enables free movement between them. Like a gyroscope that maintains stability through motion, this center point provides freedom within constraints. Jung connects the Ouroboros to divine self-existence. The Ouroboros has the wonderful quality of aseity, existence by self-origination, in common with the Godhead, for which reason it cannot be distinguished from him. This aqua permanence is explicitly divine. The theological term aseity, from the Latin a se, meaning from itself, refers to God's self-existent nature, existing independently without external cause or origin. By linking this to the Ouroboros, Jung suggests that psychic wholeness shares something of divine autonomy. It becomes self-sustaining rather than dependent on external validation or support. The aqua permanence, permanent water, is an alchemical term for the transformative substance that remains constant through all operations. As explicitly divine, it represents the unchanging essence within change, the immortal within the mortal, the aspect of consciousness that transcends temporal limitations. The Ouroboros offers several paths to liberation worth exploring. It offers liberation through self-knowledge. When we recognize and integrate all aspects of ourselves, light and shadow, conscious and unconscious, masculine and feminine, we free ourselves from the compulsions and projections that arise from fragmentation. Likewise, the serpent consumes its tail, acknowledges its completeness, and requires nothing external. The Ouroboros demonstrates liberation through acceptance of cyclic existence. When you embrace the natural rhythms of rise and fall, expansion and contraction, gathering and releasing, you free yourself from futile resistance to inevitable change. Freedom comes from flowing with cycles consciously. This is the key. Drag yourself through the logos rather than be dragged by it. Unite the opposites. When contradictory elements reconcile in a higher synthesis, they release the energy previously consumed by their conflict. The psychic energy tied up in maintaining rigid divisions becomes available for creative expression and expanded awareness. The Ouroboros also symbolizes liberation through finding the center. At the still point of the turning circle lies a dimension of consciousness not subject to the polarities that dominate ordinary awareness. This is immanence that finds the infinite within the finite. Practically, Ouroboric liberation manifests in several ways in human experience. In emotional life, it appears as equanimity, the capacity to remain centered amid fluctuating feelings without being dominated by either euphoria or despair. Not emotional flatness, but emotional freedom. The ability to experience the full range of emotions without being controlled by them. In intellectual life, it emerges as cognitive flexibility, thinking that transcends rigid categories and binary oppositions. The liberated mind moves freely between analysis and synthesis, skepticism and belief, focusing and expanding awareness as appropriate to the situation. In relational life, It appears as the capacity for intimacy without fusion and autonomy without isolation. Like the Ouroboros that maintains its individual form while connecting to itself, a liberated relationship balances connection and differentiation. In spiritual life, it manifests as what Zen Buddhism calls ordinary mind, the freedom found not in extraordinary states, but in bringing full presence to ordinary experience. Like the Ouroboros that finds completion in itself rather than seeking it elsewhere, spiritual liberation discovers the sacred within the mundane. The ultimate liberation symbolized by the Ouroboros is freedom from the fear of death. When the ending and beginning coincide, death loses its finality and becomes a transition within a larger continuity. The serpent that consumes itself demonstrates that destruction can be creative, that ending can be beginning, and that death can be rebirth. Thus, the Ouroboros invites us to a paradoxical liberation. Freedom is found not by escaping limitations, but by embracing them so completely that they transform into doorways. It reveals that true freedom isn't the absence of constraint, but the presence of conscious choice within natural cycles. It teaches us that the most profound liberation doesn't remove us from the circle of existence, but places us at its center, where stillness and motion, freedom and necessity coincide. The alchemists, who in their own way knew more about the nature of the individuation process than we moderns do, expressed this paradox through the symbol of the Ouroboros, the snake that bites its own tail. With these words from Aion, Jung acknowledges the profound wisdom encoded in this ancient symbol. Our journey through the labyrinth of the Ouroboros brings us full circle, returning to where we began, but with deepened understanding. The symbol itself demonstrates what it signifies. It shows rather than tells. It embodies rather than describes. In contemplating the serpent devouring its tail, we experience directly the unity of opposites, the continuity within change, the wholeness that contains all diversity. Yet this integration doesn't come easily, as Jung notes in his description of alchemical imagery. The transformations described in Rosenkreuz's Chemical Wedding give one a good idea of the transformations and symbols of Mercurius. Like him, the lion appears in dual form as lion and lioness, or he is said to be Mercurius duplex. The two lions are sometimes identified with the red and white sulfur. The illustrations show a furious battle between the wingless lion, red sulfur, and the winged lioness, white sulfur. The two lions are prefigurations of the royal pair, hence they wear crowns. Evidently, at this stage, there is still a good deal of bickering between them, and this is precisely what the fiery lion is intended to express, the passionate emotionality that precedes the recognition of unconscious contents. The quarreling couple also represent the Ouroboros. This vivid description of battling lions, one earthbound, one winged, reveals the tumultuous process of integration. The passionate emotionality and bickering between opposing aspects must precede their union. The Ouroboros isn't just the end result, but the entire process of conflict, recognition, and reconciliation. The royal pair suggests that these opposing elements are ultimately destined for harmonious rule together, each maintaining its sovereignty while united in partnership. Jung clarifies the developmental nature of the Ouroboros. The Ouroboros symbolizes the goal of the process, but not the beginning, the massa confusa, or chaos. For this is characterized not by the union of the elements, but by their conflict. The massa confusa, confused mass, represents the initial state of psychological development, undifferentiated, chaotic, with elements in conflict. The Ouroboros represents not this beginning, but the goal, elements distinguished yet united, individuated yet integrated. This corrects the misconception that the Ouroboros represents regression to primordial undifferentiation. Instead, it signifies the higher union that follows differentiation, not pre-personal fusion, but transpersonal integration. As we complete our exploration, several key insights emerge. First, the Ouroboros demonstrates that wholeness requires encompassing opposites. Light and dark, conscious and unconscious, masculine and feminine, spirit and matter. These seeming contradictions must be integrated rather than resolved through elimination of one pole. True completion embraces the full spectrum of existence. Second, the serpent reveals the continuity between highest and lowest. What appears most distant, spirit and matter, heaven and earth, divine and human, ultimately connects in the circular form. This abolishes hierarchy in favor of cycle, showing how apparently opposing elements depend upon and transform into each other. Third, the Ouroboros illustrates that transformation requires self-consumption. Growth demands that we digest our own experiences, assimilate our shadow, and metabolize our past. What we resist persists. What we embrace transforms. The serpent teaches that psychological development requires this willing self-consumption. Fourth, the circular symbol demonstrates that endings generate beginnings. Death nurtures life, dissolution enables reconfiguration, emptying creates space for filling. The Ouroboros thus offers a profound response to the fear of ending. It reveals that finality is illusion, that apparent conclusions always seed new origins. Fifth, the self-encircling serpent shows that wholeness is self-contained yet dynamic. Complete in itself, yet constantly renewing, the Ouroboros models psychological integrity that is neither rigid nor fragmented. It depicts a wholeness that generates its own movement rather than requiring external motivation. While ancient, the Ouroboros speaks powerfully to our contemporary predicaments. In an age of environmental crisis, it reminds us that sustainable systems must be circular, with waste becoming resource. In an era of political polarization, it demonstrates how opposing positions ultimately connect and require each other. In a time of accelerating change, it reveals how apparent chaos can conceal emerging order. For our individual journeys, the Ouroboros offers guidance at each stage of development. In youth, it encourages embracing both rebellion and tradition, finding how innovation and conservation need each other. In midlife, it illuminates how crisis often represents opportunity for integration of neglected aspects. In later years, it reveals how apparent diminishment can conceal inner expansion, how external contraction can accompany internal amplification. The Ouroboros also speaks to the relationship between individual and collective. Just as the serpent contains both unity and multiplicity, personal transformation ripples into social change, while cultural evolution enables individual development. The boundary between self and society proves as permeable as the distinction between the serpent's head and tail. Perhaps most profoundly, the Ouroboros teaches us to recognize patterns. When we detect the recurring themes in our lives, the cyclical nature of our challenges, and the spiral path of our development, we gain perspective that transforms our relationship to difficulty. What seemed like meaningless repetition reveals itself as progressive refinement. As we conclude our journey with the Ouroboros, we find ourselves transformed by what we have contemplated. The serpent has bitten into our awareness, breaking open rigid patterns of thinking, dissolving artificial distinctions, and revealing the underlying unity that pervades apparent diversity. It has taught us that life feeds on itself not in destructive consumption, but in creative regeneration. In the words of the Emerald Tablet, as above, so below. This ancient Hermetic principle finds perfect expression in the Ouroboros, where beginning meets end, where highest meets lowest, where inner meets outer. The microcosm of individual consciousness and the macrocosm of universal process reveal themselves as reflections of a single pattern. Thus, we leave the Ouroboros changed by our encounter, carrying its circular wisdom into our linear lives, finding in its infinite loop the key to integrating the fragmented aspects of our existence. The serpent continues its eternal self-consumption, a living symbol of the paradoxical truth that only by embracing our limitations can we transcend them. Only by accepting our mortality can we touch immortality. Only by acknowledging our partiality can we approach completeness. The Ouroboros remains what it has always been, a mirror of the cosmos and the psyche, a map of the journey and its destination, an invitation to recognize that what we seek is already present, waiting to be discovered in the place where beginning and end, question and answer, seeker and sought, become indistinguishable. If you've found value in these revelations, if you've been awakened to patterns that were always there but rarely acknowledged, I ask you to help this message reach those who need it. Like, subscribe, share. These simple actions amplify truth in a world that prefers comfortable darkness to uncomfortable light. Leave a comment with your thoughts. What clicked? What challenged you? What did you enjoy? What didn't you like? What new connections have you made? Remember, the pursuit of truth is enlightenment, a perpetual search like the movements of the Ouroboros. So mote it be, until our next revelation. This is Irrevelato, unveiling what has always been visible to those with eyes to see.
My soul, where are you? Do you hear me? I speak, I call you. Are you there? I have returned. I'm here. I have shaken the dust of all the lands from my feet, and I've come to you. I am with you. After long years of long wandering, I have come to you again. Active imagination is a technique developed by the Swiss psychologist and psychiatrist Carl Jung. It is one of the core concepts of analytical psychology. He considered it the most powerful tool to access the unconscious and for achieving wholeness of personality, which is latent potentiality. At first, Jung didn't have a name for active imagination, as he was reluctant to publish work on it. The transcendent function is the first major paper Jung wrote about the method he later came to call active imagination. Before that, he had also called it the picture method or visioning, among others. Active imagination is a dialogue with different parts of yourself that live in the unconscious. In some way, it is similar to dreaming, except that you are fully awake and conscious during the experience. This, in fact, is what gives this technique its distinctive quality. Instead of going into a dream, you go into your imagination while you are awake. You allow the images to rise up out of the unconscious, and they come to you on the level of imagination, just as they would come to you in dream if you were asleep. If we honestly want to find our own wholeness, to live our individual fates as fully as possible, if we truly want to abolish illusion on principle and find the truth of our own being, however little we like to be the way we are, then there's nothing that can help us so much in our endeavor as active imagination. Active imagination is not just an expression of personal content, but of the collective unconscious. It is an attempt to uncover the quintessentially human. Jung discovered this method between the years of 1913 and 1916, a period of disorientation and intense inner turmoil, which he called his confrontation with the unconscious. He searched for a method to heal himself from within through the power of the imagination. He wrote, "It was during Advent of the year 1913, December 12, to be exact, I resolved upon the decisive step. I was sitting at my desk once more, thinking over my fears. Then I let myself drop. Suddenly it was as though the ground literally gave way beneath my feet, and I plunged into the dark depths." After his vision, where he met with strange figures of his imagination in a dark cave, he became covered in imaginative blood. A thick jet of it leaped up, and he felt nauseated. He continued to see fantasies in which blood was a recurring theme. including thousands of dead bodies and the whole sea turning into blood. This was just before the outbreak of the First World War. The culmination of Jung's experience with active imagination is presented in his Black Books, written between 1913 and 1932. He later began to copy these notes into the Liber Novus, the New Book, also known as the Red Book because of its red leather-bound cover, where he included a medieval-style calligraphy and depictions of his visions from the unconscious. This book he showed only to a few of his trusted friends. It was only around 50 years after his death that the Red Book was published in 2009. Jung delved into an imaginative venture which he referred to as his most difficult experiment, and stated that, to the superficial observer, it will appear like madness. It was not, however, an illness, but a conscious and deliberate experiment. Jung remained firmly grounded in the world, with his family and his work as a psychologist, and so did not become overpowered by his unconscious. He began conversations with forces that were not himself, but rather archetypes of the collective unconscious. He saw what he called the mythopoeic imagination as the intermediary between consciousness and the unconscious, both personal unconscious and collective unconscious. Alchemy played a key role in Jung's understanding of the psyche. At first he disregarded it as indecipherable nonsense, but he soon realized that the strange symbols present in alchemy came from the same source he was investigating, the unconscious. He continued studying it throughout his life. In his final great work, Mysterium Coniunctionis, completed at the age of 81, Jung describes active imagination as the way to self-knowledge and the process of individuation to becoming who you are, inspired by the alchemical process of the union of opposites, which in the deepest sense is inner transformation. The alchemical art and its allegories are the drama of our own souls, playing out the individuation process on the wheel of life. The important thing in active imagination is to let the fantasies or dreams run their course. Jung explained the process in a letter. The point is that you start with any image, for instance just with that yellow mass in your dream, contemplate it and carefully observe how the picture begins to unfold or change. Don't try to make it into something, just do nothing but observe what its spontaneous changes are. Any mental picture you contemplate in this way will sooner or later change through a spontaneous association that causes a slight alteration of the picture. You must carefully avoid impatient jumping from one subject to another. Hold fast to the one image you have chosen and wait until it changes by itself. Note all these changes and eventually step into the picture yourself. And if it is a speaking figure at all, then say what you have to say to that figure and listen to what he or she has to say. Thus, you can not only analyze your unconscious, but you also give your unconscious a chance to analyze yourself, and therewith you gradually create the unity of conscious and unconscious, without which there is no individuation at all. For most people, the difficulty is in getting the active imagination started. However, there is a fundamental precaution that everyone must take before starting active imagination. Some people may be subject to being so totally possessed by the flow of images that they can't pull out of it. Their minds get lost in the realm of fantasy and can't find a way back to the here and now of the ordinary world. The unconscious is powerful, and if we are going to approach it, we must do so with respect and care. Though it is a solitary experiment, it is advisable to have someone close to you in the beginning in case you become overwhelmed by the imagination, or to consult a competent Jungian analyst before undertaking this technique. In his book, Inner Work, Using Dreams and Active Imagination for Personal Growth, the American author and Jungian analyst Robert A. Johnson gives us a guide on how to do inner work, direct ways to approach the unconscious through dreams and active imagination, and discover the hidden depths of our personality, enriching our lives. We will be focusing specifically on how to approach our inner self through active imagination. Although Jung held dreams in high regard, he considered active imagination to be an even more effective path to the unconscious. The difference is this: when you dream, you receive signals from the unconscious, but the conscious mind does not participate unless you are experiencing a lucid dream where you are conscious that you are dreaming. In active imagination, by contrast, the conscious mind actively participates. The ego goes into the inner world, walks, makes friends with, or fights with the people it finds there. You engage in conversation, exchange viewpoints, go through adventures together, and eventually learn something from each other. A new world with unlimited possibilities. The events take place on the imaginative level, which is neither conscious nor unconscious, but a meeting place, a common ground where both meet on equal terms. It gives rise to the transcendent function, the self, that stands as the synthesis of the two opposites. Active imagination is different from ordinary passive fantasy. This is daydreaming, is sitting and merely watching the stream of fantasy that goes on in the back of your mind as though you were at a movie. You do not consciously participate, and thus it is a waste of energy because the issues do not get resolved. The I must enter into the imaginative act as intensely as it would if it were an external physical experience. Robert gives an example of a woman who was repainting her house and was unable to sleep because of her obsession with the different colors and designs. She became irritated toward her husband, who couldn't understand her. One night, she entered into a dialogue with an inner being by expressing her mood. J.A. refers to an androgynous Japanese artist, and E refers to her ego. I am afraid. Afraid of what? I'm afraid that I will be locked up again. Locked up? There are rarely any opportunities for me to express myself. It seems I must work very fast and intensely while the door is open to me. Soon it will be over, and I'll be locked up again. I begin to see what you mean. In my life there have been very few outlets provided for you, so few that I hardly knew you existed. The culture I live in doesn't provide any place for you, and I have not stood separately from my culture in this matter to provide for you. That is true. I feel that I've been starving. This may be my only opportunity. In the aftermath of this active imagination, this woman found a new world opening to her. She had been so tied up with mental work, thinking, analyzing, productivity, that there was no room in her life for the realm of physical beauty. She talked to this inner Japanese artist figure regularly. She started spending time working in her garden or at the ceramics workshop, and in other physical or artistic activities that put her in contact with earthly feminine values. By honoring this part of herself, she derived a deep satisfaction, a knowledge that she's nourishing a part of herself that was starving before. Her sense of who she is had become amplified. Robert had a patient who made up all his active imagination week after week just to make a fool out of him. He revealed this the last day. Robert looked at him, and the patient's triumphant expression changed slowly to one of horror. Tears came to his eyes. He cursed and realized that all that he was doing was in fact true, but he didn't want to admit it. By trying to conjure up his fake story in order to fool Robert, he was spilling out the secret contents of his interior being. It is common to ask, how do I know that I'm not just making all this stuff up? How can I talk with someone who is only a figment of my imagination? Robert tells us that it is nearly impossible to produce anything in the imagination that is not an authentic representation of something in the unconscious. You're not just talking with yourself, but with your various selves. That is the whole point. The inner figures are autonomous. This is something we do not want to hear, as it is a frightening reality to know that we are not the masters of our house. Active imagination does not only have to do with immediate issues in our personal lives, but can also take the form of a mythical adventure, a journey into the archetypal realm, setting foot into a land of evil, taking on a heroic quest to heal the sick and wounded, and helping an innocent queen. Each of us has all the great archetypal themes hidden inside. However, few of us can actually partake in this great primordial energy within us, unlike our primitive ancestors. This kind of active imagination connects us to the timeless cosmic dance of the archetypes that goes on eternally in the unconscious. It is a way of discovering how those universal energies flow through us as individuals and express themselves in a unique and special way within our individual personalities. Jung's technique of amplification helps to interpret these archetypal images by using mythological, historical, and cultural parallels in order to turn up the volume on the fantasy material. Robert gives us a four-step approach on how to get started with active imagination. But before beginning with the first step, it is important to find a convenient way to record the imagination as it flows out. Many give up before they get started because they can't figure this out. Your inner dialogue should be written, typed, or recorded. This is your major protection against turning it into just another passive fantasy. The writing will help you remember and digest the experience, just as the woman did in the example given. She wrote E to refer to the ego and JA to refer to the Japanese artist. If you type it down, you can use the lowercase setting to type what you're saying and capital letters to record what the other person in your imagination says back to you. In this way, you can just pour the dialogue onto the page as quickly as they happen. You can also use a recording device and talk and then transcribe them later, making sure to distinguish yourself from the unconscious inner being. This helps to stay in the visionary state and not have it interrupted by our impressions of the external world. Use any method that works best for you. You should not try to dress up your imagination and make it sound impressive in case some other person happens to read or listen to it. It is highly personal and is something you are doing for yourself. The goal is to experience and record whatever flows out of your unconscious honestly in its raw, spontaneous form. Another important thing is the physical setting. There must be a room that is quiet and private enough that you can shut off the outside world for a while, at least half an hour. You also need to be alone. If you live with other people, tell everyone in the house that you're not to be disturbed except for a nuclear blast or the second coming. You are entitled to that kind of freedom, privacy, and security. You need it in order to make your journey into the inner world. You should be able to let out your raw feelings and emotions without worrying that someone is watching or listening to you. The first step in active imagination is to invite the creatures of the unconscious to come up to the surface and make contact with us. Every interaction helps us to develop the organs of perception of the imaginal world. We often have something vague and invisible in the unconscious that bothers us. We can feel the conflict just below the surface, but we can't see what is going on. We can't associate it with anything specific. Sometimes it is an inexplicable, free-floating anger. We can't say why we are angry or at what. We just feel it. Moods, worries, depressions, inflations, and obsessions all come within this category. Robert writes, when this happens, you can go to the unconscious in your imagination and ask the unseen content to personify itself. You can start your active imagination by asking, where is the obsession? Who is obsessed? Where does this feeling come from? Who is the one inside me who feels this way? What is its image? What does he or she look like? If you do this, an image eventually comes into your mind. We invite the inner persons to start the dialogue. By taking our minds off the external world around us and focusing on the imagination, we can direct our inner eye to a place inside us. Then we wait to see who will show up. To invite the inner figures, we need to empty the ego mind. We clear the mind of all thoughts of the external world and simply wait with an alert and attentive attitude to see who or what will appear. If you see someone, you can begin by asking, who are you? What do you want? What do you have to say? Your dialogue begins. Surrender yourself to the experience and don't try to control or push the imagination in any particular direction. If you have a certain fantasy material that's been in your mind all day, you can safely assume that it is expressing one of the main conflicts where psychic energy is concentrated in you. You can begin by going to that specific place as a starting point for active imagination. Instead of passively watching the same fantasy repeat itself over and over in your mind, you carry the material forward. You can also start active imagination by embodying one of your inner figures and assume their consciousness, or make your invitation by going to a symbolic place in your imagination. Robert writes, "For me, the seashore is a magical place that often appears in my dreams. When I don't know how to start my active imagination, I frequently go to the seashore in my mind and start walking. Inevitably, something happens or someone appears, and then the imagination is launched. There have been a few days when I walked and walked, and almost nothing happened. Sometimes you grow weary walking, but generally, if you go to the inner place and search, you'll find someone waiting for you." Jung also found that active imagination could be used for extending dreams. If you have a recent dream that you recall, or a recurring dream, you can extend the dream by imagining where the dream left off. In this manner, you can effectively continue your dream and interact with it by extending it out. This is a legitimate process as the dream and the imagination come from the same source in the unconscious. It allows you to continue to the story, go through the next step the dream is leading toward, and bring the whole issue to a resolution. Curiously, dreaming decreases dramatically when one does active imagination. The issues that would have been presented in dreams are confronted and worked out. As such, dreams become more focused and concentrated and less repetitious. For dreams do not waste your time. Jung used to describe this method for people who were too overwhelmed by intense and frequent dreams. You have invited the unconscious. The images have risen up into your imagination. Now you're ready to begin the second step, the dialogue. This is to give yourself over to the imagination and letting it flow, to let the inner figures have a life of their own. In your imagination, you begin to talk to your images and interact with them. They answer back. You are startled to find out that they express radically different viewpoints from those of your conscious mind. They tell you things you never consciously knew and express thoughts that you never consciously thought. To begin the writing process, Jung wrote that the alterations must be carefully noted down all the time, for they reflect the psychic processes in the unconscious background, which appear in the form of images consisting of conscious memory material. In this way, conscious and unconscious are united, just as a waterfall connects above and below. By focusing on your writing, you concentrate and experience the active imagination more deeply, protecting you from wandering off into passive fantasies that creep in from the edges of the mind. Often the inner person will lead you off on a path. If you feel that it is wrong to follow the person, you have the right to say so. That, in turn, will often lead to a heated discussion of the conflict between this inner person and yourself. The dialogue has begun, and the different parts of the self are learning from each other. Most people do a fair amount of talking in their active imagination, exchanging points of view with the inner figures, trying to work out a middle ground between opposing views, even asking for advice from some very wise ones who live in the unconscious. However, not all dialogue is verbal. It can also take the form of images that speak to you without words. It's important to stick with the image that we start with and not allow oneself to be distracted by other fantasy material. It may take days, weeks, or even years for a certain fantasy to be resolved. You must be present with your feelings. and sense that it is actually happening. You're not merely an observer, but an active participant. Do not try to dominate or manipulate the conversation either. Active imagination is, more than anything, a process of listening, either to the words or the images. After so many years of ignoring these parts of ourselves, seeing them as the inferior characteristics in our personalities, we find that they have some very unpleasant things to tell us when we finally listen. They may also appear as frightening and threatening. This is your golden shadow, which you must wrestle with to find your undiscovered potential. We must turn a friendly face to the unconscious. It is only when we humbly listen to them and give them time to express themselves that we can gain new insights that can be integrated into our conscious life. As Jung wrote, we know that the mask of the unconscious is not rigid. It reflects the face we turn towards it. Hostility lends it a threatening aspect. Friendliness softens its features. The ego is a small island surrounded by a deep unseen ocean of energy where huge forces are at work. Active imagination is underwater diving. Though our ego is small in comparison, we shouldn't take everything the inner figures say as final authority. That would be just as one-sided as our ego-centered approach. Active imagination starts out from affirming that the unconscious has its own wisdom. It should not be confused with guided meditation practice, which seeks to program the unconscious so that it will do what the ego wants it to do. There's no script, nothing is predetermined. You'll have to go your own way, which is both terrifying and exhilarating. You must ultimately walk the path alone. The third step is the values and ethical element our ego must introduce. Ethics is derived from Greek and means proper conduct. It, in turn, derives from the Greek word ethos, meaning the essential character or spirit of a person or people. It sets limits in order to protect the imaginative process from becoming inhuman or destructive. The universe is awesome and beautiful, but its forces behave in a way that is amoral. They are not concerned, as we are, with the specifically human values of justice, fairness, service to our own fellow human beings. These primitive archetypes serve a realm close to the instincts. They do not have a superego, socially appropriate behavior, and since the creatures who arise in our active imagination are personifications of the impersonal forces of nature, it is we who must bring the ethical into active imagination. But not all archetypes are like this. Some may be concerned with human values, a sense of love, and moral responsibility. There's some truth and wisdom in every figure that comes to us in active imagination, and they help us compensate the one-sidedness of our ego. Robert recalls a case where a woman had a dialogue with what appeared to be a wise old man who gave her good insights. However, one day he told her to hand over her purse and keys, symbolizing all her resources and complete control of her life. Robert immediately told her to go back and tell him that she must take her things back, and so she did. Unfortunately, after a year, she went off on an inflation and became a know-it-all, trying to dominate every situation. She became possessed by the trickster archetype and went off a self-destructive path. It is as much the ego's duty to bring a sense of responsibility to the creatures of the inner world as it is for us to tend to the welfare of our fellow humans in the outside world. Jung wrote, "The images of the unconscious place a great responsibility upon a man. Failure to understand them, or shirking of ethical responsibility, deprives him of his wholeness and imposes a painful fragmentariness on his life." The fourth and last step is the rituals. To bring the active imagination off the abstract level, we must give it the concreteness of immediate physical experience. The most important step of all is for the images of the unconscious to find their place and purpose in one's outer life. An important point here is not to take our inner conflicts and urges and try to live them out externally. For example, if a man is arguing with his inner figure during active imagination, he may go and start up the same argument with his wife immediately afterwards. He will try to live out the imagination externally and literally by projecting on external people. For this reason, it is important that one should not call to mind the image of one's spouse, friend, or co-worker and start talking with that person in one's imagination. It is confusing the inner with the outer reality. If asked, the inner figure will almost always cooperate and alter his or her appearance. You can then enter into your dialogue with a clear sense that you're talking with a part of yourself and not an external human being. To incarnate the experience, we must do a physical ritual or integrate what we have learned in our daily life. This can be taking some time alone to be aware of one's feelings, lighting a candle or incense, going for a walk, and directing your eyes on the colors of nature and the sky, reconnecting to the physical world, or make it into something tangible with sand play, drawing, Play-Doh, etc. Jung's ritual was the calligraphy and artwork of the Red Book, which occupied him for many years. He took his communication with the unconscious seriously and valued it greatly. Each ritual must be custom made out of the raw material of your own inner self. Keep your rituals small and subtle, and they will be more powerful. The best rituals are physical, solitary, and silent. These are the ones that register most deeply with the unconscious. Our tendency in the West is to make everything abstract, to use wordy discussion as a substitute for direct feeling experience. We have a tremendous need to get our bodies and our feelings involved. Ritual, in its true form, is one of the most meaningful channels for our awe and sense of worship. This is why ritual came spontaneously into being among humans in all parts of the earth. This is why modern people who are deprived of meaningful ritual feel a chronic sense of emptiness. They are denied contact with the great archetypes that nourish our soul life. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, comment, or share the content. Support the channel on Patreon to help spread the fundamental questions of existence. Thank you for watching. Never do human beings speculate more or have more opinions than about things which they do not understand. From his childhood, Carl Jung experienced strange and seemingly unexplainable phenomena. He feared that he was going mad and went on the quest to discover what they meant. I saw yellow waves, swimming rubble, and the death of countless thousands. 2 weeks passed, then the vision returned, still more violent than before, and an inner voice spoke. Look at it. It is completely real, and it will come to pass. You cannot doubt this. Jung had these vivid visions just before the First World War broke out. When this happened, he was sure that no schizophrenia was threatening him. He understood that his dreams and visions came to him from the subsoil of the collective unconscious. For Jung, the pressing question was, how are such meaningful events, not linked by any apparent causal chains, possible? What does this say about the physical universe? These were surprising juxtapositions that scientific rationality could not adequately explain. As a youth, Jung not only experienced unusual visions, but also events that could not be explained in any manner. During the summer holidays, Jung was studying his textbooks and heard a sound like a pistol shot. He rushed to the room and saw that a solid table had split from the rim to beyond the center. Some 2 weeks later, he heard another sound. This time he saw that inside a cupboard, the bread knife, which had been used shortly before, had been snapped off in several pieces. Jung finished his medical studies and became a psychiatrist. During this time, he attended seances for communicating with the dead and had an interest in parapsychology and the occult, mainly due to his own personal experiences. This formed the basis of his medical dissertation, published in 1902, entitled On the Psychology and Pathology of So-Called Occult Phenomena, a Psychiatric Study. On one occasion, Jung was having a conversation with Freud about parapsychology. Freud, in his materialism, rejected most of Jung's questions as nonsensical. Jung had a strange sensation, as if his diaphragm were made of iron and were becoming red hot. At that moment, there was a loud noise in the bookcase, which stood right next to them, that both of them stood up in alarm, fearing the thing was going to topple over them. Jung told him, that is an example of so-called catalytic exteriorization phenomenon. Freud replied that it was sheer bosh. Jung replied that it was not, and to prove his point, he predicted that in a moment there will be another such loud noise. Another detonation went off in the bookcase. Jung wrote, "To this day I do not know what gave me this certainty, but I know beyond all doubt that the report would come again. Freud always stared aghast at me. I do not know what was in his mind or what his look meant." In 1928, when Jung was drawing the mandalas present in his red book, the sonologist Richard Wilhelm sent him a copy of The Secret of the Golden Flower, a Taoist alchemical book of life that teaches an ancient Chinese meditation practice for achieving wholeness. Jung was struck by the parallelism between the Chinese mandala and the one he was working on, and he immediately devoured the book. In remembrance of this event, he wrote under his mandala, "In 1928, when I was painting this picture showing the golden, well-fortified castle, Richard Wilhelm in Frankfurt sent me the 1,000-year-old Chinese text on the yellow castle, the germ of the immortal body." This was a decisive point in Jung's life, where his writings shifted to a focus on the psychological significance of alchemy. He wrote that, "From Wilhelm, the spark leapt across and kindled a light that was to become for me one of the most significant events of my life. Indeed, I feel myself so very much enriched by him that it seems to me as if I have received more from him than from any other man." Jung was particularly struck by the drawing of a yogi with 5 human figures growing out of the top of his head, and 5 more figures growing out of the top of each of the heads. The picture, thought Jung, portrays the spiritual state of the yogi who is about to rid himself of his many egos and pass into the more complete, objective state of the self. Jung coined the term synchronicity and mentions it publicly for the first time in 1930 in his memorial address for Richard Wilhelm, who also translated the I Ching, or Book of Changes. He referred to it as a peculiar principle active in the world, so that things happen together somehow and behave as if they were the same, and yet for us they are not. Jung equated it with the Chinese concept of Tao, the union of opposites from the complementary pairs of yin and yang. It is based on the oneness of man and the surrounding cosmos. This is akin to the alchemical credo, as above, so below, referring to the inner world and outer world, the psyche and matter being one and the same. The aim of the Taoist sage is to live in harmony with the Tao, and thereby avoiding falling into one extreme or the other. This is, in fact, the goal of Jungian psychology, the balance of opposites, consciousness and the unconscious. Is aligning the ego to the self as center of the personality. Here, synchronicity plays a vital role. There's no linear evolution for individuation, self-realization. There's only circumambulation, the circling around in which everything is related to the center. This is represented by the symbol of the mandala. For Jung, finding one's own mandala symbol is crucial for the development of the self. For this circular movement to take place, the mandala must have a symbol, such as the sun, a castle, a golden flower in its center. It is a visual image of the divine pattern, a manifestation of the self. The end result is the alchemical procedure Mysterium Conjunctionis, which is also the title of Jung's last great work. The opposite sides of life are united in a holy marriage. There is a heightening and clearness of consciousness and a deepening sense of unity of being. Jung comments that Atman, Tao, and Christ are different cultural symbols for wholeness that correlate the inner self with the animating principle of the cosmos. It is no longer you who live, it lives you. The oracle of the I Ching played an important role in developing his idea of synchronicity. He used it with patients in psychotherapy and could remember a great deal of meaningful answers and unusual psychological insights. For instance, he recalls the story of a patient suffering from a mother complex who feared his prospective marriage partner might be domineering. Jung opened the I Ching and it showed the hexagram 44 entitled Coming to Meet, which stated, "The maiden is powerful, one should not marry such a maiden." Jung's experiments demonstrated that there are meaningful connections between the psychic realm and the physical world. He wrote, "For more than 30 years, I have interested myself in this oracle technique, or method of exploring the unconscious, for it has seemed to me of uncommon significance. It relates to a certain curious principle that I have termed synchronicity, a concept that formulates a point of view diametrically opposed to that of causality. Since the latter is a merely statistical truth and not absolute, it is a sort of working hypothesis of how events evolve one out of another, whereas synchronicity takes the coincidence of events in space and time as meaning something more than mere chance. Causality is the way we explain the link between two successive events. The course of striking a billiard ball with a cue leads to the effect of the ball moving. Synchronicity, however, is a meaningful coincidence of outer and inner events that cannot be causally linked. The emphasis lies on the word meaningful. It occurs when an inwardly perceived event, dream, vision, premonition, thought, or mood, is seen to have a correspondence in external reality. The inner image has come true. The inner world and the outer world coincide, bringing meaning to your life. Synchronicity derives from the Greek prefix syn, together, and the word chronos, time. It means existing or happening at the same time. The word coincidence implies various incidents happening together. However, a synchronicity is not a typical coincidence, but rather a meaningful coincidence of two or more events. The problem of synchronicity had puzzled Jung for a long time. When he was investigating the phenomena of the collective unconscious, he kept on coming across coincidences that were connected so meaningfully that they broke all statistical probabilities. We cannot imagine events that are connected non-causally and are capable of a non-causal explanation, but that does not mean that such events do not exist. The Nobel Prize-winning physicist Wolfgang Pauli sought therapy from Carl Jung and shared many of his dreams. A prominent quantum physicist who happened to have complex dreams was an extraordinary find. After he no longer was a patient, he would keep up his correspondence with Jung. This is documented in the book Atom and Archetype, which feature the Pauli-Jung letters. Through their joint effort, they would come to see synchronicity as an acausal principle that transcends space, time, and causality. It took nearly 20 years for them to reach the point of publishing their groundbreaking controversial ideas. In 1952, Jung and Pauli published a joint volume, The Interpretation of Nature and the Psyche. Later, Jung's part, Synchronicity and Acausal Connecting Principle, would be published in Volume 8 of his collected works. He wrote, "As a psychiatrist and psychotherapist, I've often come up against the phenomena in question and could convince myself how much these inner experiences meant to my patients. In most cases, They were things which people do not talk about for fear of exposing themselves to thoughtless ridicule. I was amazed to see how many people have had experiences of this kind and how carefully the secret was guarded. Jung did not have the necessary means to conduct scientific experiments on synchronicity. He refers to the extrasensory perception experiments of J.B. Ryan, who founded parapsychology as a branch of psychology. The experiments show evidence for acausal combinations of events, where chance concurrence represents a degree of improbability that would have to be expressed by an astronomical figure. It goes beyond the scope of chance and probability. For instance, in a card experiment consisting of 25 cards with 5 different signs, the subject is separated by a screen from the experimenter and had to try to guess the cards 800 times. One young man, who in numerous experiments scored an average of 10 hits for every 25 cards, double the probable number, once guessed all 25 cards correctly, which gives a probability of around 1 in 298 quadrillion. Jung does not seek a complete description and explanation of these complicated phenomena, but to open an obscure field which is philosophically of the greatest importance. His interest in this problem is not merely scientific, but most importantly, he seeks to delve into the human soul. Jung attempts to account for synchronistic events primarily in terms of his concept of archetype, which are patterns of instinctual behavior responsible for the organization of unconscious psychic processes. Archetypes constitute the structure of the collective unconscious, which represents a psyche that is identical in all individuals and contains the images of all creation. It is the master pattern of life. The archetypes arrange the psychic material and produce meaningful patterns in the physical world. They cannot be directly perceived or represented, in contrast to the perceptible psychic phenomena. On account of its irrepresentable nature, Jung has called it psychoid, soul-like, which refers to the relationship between a person's psyche and the physical world beyond that person's body. We find ourselves with a factor that has nothing to do with brain activity, but rather with meaningful patterns in our personal life. Meaningful coincidences rest on an archetypal foundation. Synchronicity is the deepest layer of archetypal reality, where psyche and matter collide and become indistinguishable. This unitary dimension to all experience is the alchemical notion of the unus mundus, the one world. Jung writes, if Mandala symbolism is the psychological equivalent of the unus mundus, then synchronicity is its parapsychological equivalent. Psychological life is an expression of nature. In this case, we have to suppose a knowledge prior to all consciousness. Synchronistic phenomena are thought to arise from activations of this level of reality. There seems to be an a priori, causally inexplicable knowledge of a situation which at the time is unknowable. In therapy, seeing one person as radically separate from another is limiting. It is the field that connects and includes the two participants that is transformative. The unconscious communications that link both partners may usefully be described as emerging out of the psychoid realm because it transcends limited perceptions of analyst and patient possessing separate, encapsulated psyches. It is particularly in the heightened tension generated by such a field that synchronistic events tend to occur. The psychic life is fundamentally a shared unitary realm. The fullness of the self is the pleroma, the place where past, present, and future exist simultaneously. It is the idea that everything that will happen has already happened. That is the magic of synchronicity. Jung tells us a story about the 19th century French poet Émile Deschamps, who was given a piece of plum pudding by so-called Monsieur du Fujibu. 10 years later, he discovered another plum pudding in a Paris restaurant and asked if he could have a piece. It turned out, however, that the plum pudding was already ordered by Du Fujibu. Many years afterwards, Sean was invited to partake of a plum pudding as a special rarity. While he was eating it, he remarked that the only thing lacking was Dufo Jibu. At that moment, the door opened, and an old man in the last stages of disorientation walked in. Dufo Jibu, who had got hold of the wrong address and burst in on the party by mistake. Jung writes about what seems to be a synchronistic event. On April 1, 1949, I made a note in the morning of an inscription containing a figure that was half man and half fish. There was fish for lunch. Somebody mentioned the custom of making an April fish of someone. In the afternoon, a former patient of mine, whom I had not seen for months, showed me some impressive pictures of fish. In the evening, I was shown a piece of embroidery with sea monsters and fishes in it. The next morning, I saw a former patient who was visiting me for the first time in 10 years. She had dreamed of a large fish the night before. A few months later, when I was using this series for a larger work and had just finished writing it down, I walked over to a spot by the lake in front of the house, where I had already been several times that morning. This time, a fish a foot long lay on the seawall. Since no one else was present, I have no idea how the fish could have got there. When coincidences pile up in this way, one cannot help being impressed by them. However, Jung had his doubts on it being a synchronicity, for there was no interaction with the inner world. He says it might well be the extremely improbable chance grouping of 6 events, the seventh event occurring months later. Jung also cautions that synchronicity can be misused or misinterpreted in a pathological way. People may be carried away and start to see every event as meaningful. Jung had already commented on this relation to situations where patients, particularly schizophrenics, interpret events as having a special reference to them. He wrote in a letter, I have often found that synchronistic experiences were interpreted by schizophrenics as delusions. Since archetypal situations are not uncommon in schizophrenia, we must also suppose that corresponding synchronistic phenomena will occur, which follow exactly the same course as with so-called normal persons. The schizophrenic's interpretation is morbidly narrow because it is mostly restricted to the intentions of other people and to his own ego importance. We must endeavor to find out what the unconscious thinks and adjust our attitude accordingly. Thus, the synchronistic effect should be understood not as psychotic, but as a normal phenomenon. On one occasion, Jung and the members of a seminar he was conducting on dream analysis were discussing the symbol of the bull god in relation to the dream of an analysant. Unaware of the discussions of the seminar group, the analysant spent several days making a picture of a bull with a disk of the sun between its horns. On another occasion, Jung wrote, for instance, I walk with a woman patient in a wood. She tells me about the first dream in her life that had made an everlasting impression on her. She had seen a spectral fox coming down the stairs in her parental home. At this moment, a real fox comes out of the trees not 40 yards away and walks quietly on the path ahead of us for several minutes. The animal behaves as if it were a partner in the human situation. The fox is the symbol of instinctive cleverness, which told the woman to forget about her hesitations and to conquer her intellectual blocks by trusting her instinctive wisdom, which will show her the right way. Jung gives us another example appropriate to synchronicity. I remember the story of a student friend whose father had promised him a trip to Spain if he passed his final examinations satisfactorily. My friend thereupon dreamed that he was walking through a Spanish city. The street led to a square where there was a Gothic cathedral. He then turned right round a corner into another street. There he was met by an elegant carriage drawn by 2 cream-colored horses. Then he woke up. He told us about the dream as we were sitting round a table drinking beer. Shortly afterward, having successfully passed his examinations, he went to Spain, and there, in one of the streets, he recognized the city of his dream. He found the square and the cathedral, which exactly corresponded to the dream image. He wanted to go straight to the cathedral, but then he remembered that in the dream he had turned right at the corner into another street. He was curious to find out whether his dream would be corroborated further. Hardly had he turned the corner when he saw in reality the carriage with the two cream-colored horses. For Jung, the sentiment of déjà vu is based on a foreknowledge in dreams that can also occur in the waking state. In this case, chance becomes highly improbable because the coincidence is known in advance. Jung tells the story of one of his patients whom he pulled out of a depression. The patient's wife put a tremendous burden on him, which he was incapable of coping with. After a year of marriage, he fell into a new depression. Jung told him to come and visit him, but due to the influence of his wife, the patient did not reply back. At that time, Jung returned to his hotel at midnight after lecturing. He wrote, "At about 2 o'clock, I must have just fallen asleep. I awoke with a start and had the feeling that someone had come into the room. I even had the impression that the door had been hastily opened. I instantly turned on the light, but there was nothing. Someone might have mistaken the door, I thought, and I looked into the corridor, but it was still as death. Odd, I thought. Someone did come into the room. Then I tried to recall exactly what had happened, and it occurred to me that I had been awakened by a feeling of dull pain, as though something had struck my forehead and then the back of my skull. The following day I received a telegram saying that my patient had committed suicide. He had shot himself. Later, I learned that the bullet had come to rest in the back wall of the skull." This synchronicity was observed in connection with an archetypal situation, in this case, death. Jung had perceived something atemporal and aspatial, which in reality was taking place elsewhere. In this case, the unconscious had knowledge of his patient's condition. Perhaps Jung's most well-known example of synchronicity is that of the scarab, an important Egyptian symbol in the form of the archetype of rebirth and transformation. Jung had a hard time with his patient, who was psychologically inaccessible. The patient was extremely rational and would not believe anything about the unconscious. Jung wrote, "A young woman I was treating had, at a critical moment, a dream in which she was given a golden scarab. While she was telling me this dream, I sat with my back to the closed window. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me, like a gentle tapping. I turned round and saw a flying insect knocking against the window pane from outside. I opened the window and caught the creature in the air as it flew in. It was the nearest analogy to a golden scarab that one finds in our latitudes. A scarab-bead beetle, the common rose chafer, Setonia aurata, which, contrary to its usual habits, had evidently felt an urge to get into a dark room at this particular moment. I must admit that nothing like it ever happened to me before or since, and that the dream of the patient has remained unique in my experience. This seems to suggest that abnormal random phenomena may occur when a vital need or urge is aroused. Jung handed the creature to his patient with the words, 'Here is your scarab.' The experience broke the ice of her intellectual resistance. It helped her get in touch with her feelings and had a transformative impact on her, connecting her dream world to her waking life. Her ego died, giving birth to a new self." Jung uses these examples only as a paradigm of the innumerable cases of meaningful coincidence that have been observed not only by him but by many others and recorded in large collections. Synchronicities accompany the crucial phases of the process of individuation, but too often they pass unnoticed because the individual has not learned to watch for such coincidences and to make them meaningful in relation to the symbolism of his inner life. Be on the watch for events in your life that may seem random and see what meaning might come up for you if you let them live within you for some time. Synchronicity is a way of coming to realize what is in our deepest, undiscovered self. 1961, Jung had just finished his last work, a contribution to man and his symbols, entitled Approaching the Unconscious, after a dream advised him to make his works accessible for the general public. 3 days before his death, he had several dreams, the last of which were communicated to us. He dreamed that he was high up in a high place, around a boulder of stone, in the full sun. Carved into it were the words, "Take this as a symbol of the wholeness you have achieved and the singleness you have become." In another dream, he saw a square and trees growing in it. The roots of the trees were intertwined with gold, a symbol of resolution, the alchemical symbol of wholeness. The collective unconscious was saying to him, as it were, "You have earned the freedom to move on. You have done your work. You have done it well, and it will grow." Just before Jung's death, his friend Lawrence van der Post, who was on a voyage from Africa to Europe, had a dream of Jung waving goodbye. Nature joined in a couple of hours later. A thunderstorm swept over, and lightning struck and destroyed one of Jung's favorite trees in the garden where he used to sit. Some years later, Van der Post was filming a documentary at the Jung House in Zurich when the moment came for him to speak directly to the camera about Jung's death, and he came to the description of how lightning demolished Jung's favorite tree. The lightning struck in the garden again. Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. Projection is a psychological fact that can be observed everywhere in the everyday life of human beings. Whether you are having a conversation and someone tells you that you are projecting, or the first impressions you have of a particular person that turned out to be wrong. In our ideas of other people and situations, we are often liable to make misjudgments that we later have to correct, having acquired better insight. In such cases, most people acknowledge their mistake and let the matter drop, without bothering to ask themselves where the false judgment or the incorrect idea came from. However, to really know who we are, we must concern ourselves with correcting such misjudgments. Many people will cling to them with every fiber of their being, because if one accepts correction, one may fall into a depression. Psychological projection was conceptualized by Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, as an unconscious mechanism where one ascribes one's own motivations, thoughts, feelings, and desires that are unacceptable to oneself while attributing them to others. It is a misalignment of the inner and outer world, because what one is inwardly, one will see outwardly. When we experience betrayal, abuse, discomfort, etc., we might very well be distrustful of others. This is a defense mechanism, a projection from one's psychological history. When we find certain unacceptable feelings, thoughts, or behaviors in ourselves that we refuse to acknowledge and see someone with that specific trait, we will feel resentment, hatred, and anger towards them. Projection occurs not because of what other people say to you, but rather because of what you yourself think about those people. A person with a strong self-concept, the knowledge of who one is, makes one feel good about who they are. Negative projection is more likely to occur in people with a low self-image and low self-esteem. The real self that always tends towards an ideal self turns into a despised self. For example, a man is afraid to voice his opinion in important matters related to his job because he does not like conflicts. He's too shy, insecure, and prefers to remain passive and just do his work quietly. His co-worker, however, is assertive and makes his opinion heard in every meeting, though the shy person believes he has much better opinions. This results over time in his co-worker getting a promotion and a raise. Once he returns home, he will feel hatred against himself and project it onto his co-worker, who has the qualities that he wants to possess. By pointing our finger to other people, we help to reduce the discomfort, anxiety, or bad feelings about ourselves, and avoid taking responsibility to implement those good qualities in ourselves. Because it is too painful, difficult, or uncomfortable. When you point one finger, there are three fingers pointing back at you. In this way, we deny that the bad qualities are ours and attribute them to others. We judge, attack, or blame them. This can be extended to whole groups of people with specific ideas. One who lives through projection is convinced that it is others who have all the bad qualities and who practice all the vices. Therefore, it is they who are wrong and they who must be fought against. When one thinks everything is someone else's fault, one will suffer a lot. Projection occurs on an unconscious level. It is unperceived and unintentional. Projections are like an icicle. They return to us. We do not remain unpunished when we project. However, we must bear in mind that we do not make projections. Rather, they happen to us. It is easier to see someone else projecting than seeing yourself as projecting. They are unconscious in nature, and in the moment that you are conscious of projecting, you are already out of its influence. To make the unconscious contents conscious, which includes the withdrawal of projections, represents an important psychological task that allows for an increase in consciousness and an advance in self-realization. It is not unusual to justify one's projection by inventing a rationale. For instance, the person caught buying on the black market says in self-justification, everybody else is doing it. Here the attempt is to convert neurotic anxiety about doing something wrong into objective anxiety about not getting enough to eat. Jungian analyst Mary-Louise von Franz writes, if a son, for example, experiences his father as tyrannical, in later life he will, in many cases, not only project the quality of tyranny onto authority figures and father figures, such as his doctor, his superiors, and the state, but he will also behave just as tyrannically himself, though unconsciously. If an anti-authoritarian person has to deal with someone who shows even relatively slight manifestations of self-assertiveness or power, the image of the tyrant lying dormant in him will immediately attach itself to the other person. The projection has taken place. The projector is utterly convinced that he has to deal with a tyrant. A mistake of judgment of this kind can only be corrected with the greatest difficulty. It is not only a person's negative conscious qualities that are projected outward in this way, but in equal measure his positive ones. The projection of the latter then brings about an excessive, deliberate, inappropriate evaluation and admiration of the object. It is possible for a person to infect others with his paranoid idea and for a sizable group to take up the erroneous judgment until another group finally sets the matter straight. Witch hunts as examples of negative projections, or the veneration of a dictator as a savior hero as an example of positive projections, are witnesses to the existence of the phenomenon of collective contagion. Whole groups can project collectively so that their mistaken judgment passes officially for the acceptable description of reality. Freud believed that the true and false impressions received by a child in his earliest experiences of his parents and siblings play a role in later projections. For example, a child who has experienced his father or mother in a specifically negative form tends to project the same father or mother image onto older men or women he meets in later life. A mother complex is an active component in everyone's psyche, which includes one's personal mother, contact with other women, and by collective assumptions. A negative mother complex makes it impossible to have an unprejudiced experience of other people. Such a negative reaction lives on, stored up in the depths of the psyche, and is projected onto others at a suitable opportunity. Another important phenomenon that Freud conceptualized is transference. where a person unconsciously projects the feelings for another person to an entirely different person. The difference from projection is that transference requires three people. For example, transferring feelings about one's parents to one's partner, or mistrusting somebody who resembles an ex-spouse in manners, voice, or external appearance. This is a typical phenomenon in therapy, and one the analyst must be aware of, lest he engages in countertransference, which may harm the relationship between analyst and analysand. Many suffer from the fact that they do not take into consideration the manifestation of the unconscious in human beings. Carl Jung, the founder of analytical psychology, writes that a man who is unconscious of himself acts in a blind, instinctive way and is in addition fooled by all the illusions that arise when he sees everything that he's not conscious of in himself coming to meet him from outside as projections upon his neighbor. The same unconscious from which projections emanate also strives in certain phases of inner development to correct them through dreams or active imagination. Thus, in addition to the common sense judgment of the collectivity, there is an inner factor in the individual himself that tends to correct his image of reality from time to time. What Freud calls the dream facade is the dream's obscurity, and this is really only a projection of our own lack of understanding. We say that the dream has a false front only because we fail to see into it. Unless we are possessed with an unusual degree of self-awareness, we shall never see through our projections, but must always succumb to them, because the mind, in its natural state, presupposes the existence of such projections. Jung further elaborated the idea of projection in terms of the concept of the shadow and the anima and animus. The shadow plays a crucial role in projection, both personally and collectively. I have talked about this concept more in depth in another video. As we repress the things we despise in ourselves and refuse to acknowledge them, they remain buried in the psyche and form the shadow, which is essentially what one has no wish to be. We then project like puppets pulled by the strings of the unconscious. Jung writes, the effect of projection is to isolate the subject from his environment, since instead of a real relation to it, there's now only an illusory one. Projections change the world into the replica of one's own unknown face. In the last analysis, therefore, they lead to an autoerotic or autistic condition in which one dreams a world whose reality remains forever unattainable. The more projections are thrust in between the subject and the environment, the harder it is for the ego to see through its illusions. A 45-year-old patient who had suffered from a compulsion neurosis since he was 20 and had become completely cut off from the world once said to me, "But I can never admit to myself that I've wasted the best 25 years of my life." It is often tragic to see how blatantly a man bungles his own life and the lives of others, yet remains totally incapable of seeing how much the whole tragedy originates in himself, and how he continually feeds it and keeps it going. Not consciously, of course, for consciously he's engaged in bewailing and cursing faithless world that recedes further and further into the distance. Rather, it is an unconscious factor which spins the illusions that veil his world, and what is being spun is a cocoon, which in the end will completely envelop him. With considerable effort, however, we can integrate the contents of the shadow in our personality and become partly conscious of it. This is a lifelong process and is indispensable for individuation, becoming who you are. The reason it is so difficult to acquire insight into one's own shadow is that inferior personality traits are mostly of an emotional nature. Emotions and affects are to a large extent relatively autonomous. They possess consciousness and can only with great difficulty be controlled. If it is not only one's own shadow that stands behind the projections, but also the contrasexual components of the personality, or perhaps still deeper archetypal contents, then insight into the projection in which these are involved is accompanied by almost insuperable difficulties. Jung compares the personal shadow with the collective shadow. With a little self-criticism, one can see through the shadow, so far as its nature is personal. But when it appears as an archetype, one encounters the same difficulties as with anima and animus. In other words, it is quite within the bounds of possibility for a man to recognize the relative evil of his nature, but it is a rare and shattering experience for him to gaze into the face of absolute evil. While the shadow is always of the same sex as the subject, when we talk about the opposite sex, the source of projections take the form of a contrasexual figure, the anima, the female psychological tendencies in man, and the animus, the male psychological tendencies in woman. I have done a video explaining these concepts as well. Jung calls shadow integration the apprentice piece, while anima or animus integration is the masterpiece. This is in the context of individuation. Without a recognition of the shadow, it is impossible to integrate the anima or animus. While the shadow represents first and foremost the personal unconscious, the anima and animus represent the collective unconscious. They symbolize the eternal images of man and woman, of logos and eros, which are projected onto real men and women. A man can project his anima by overvaluing his masculine aspect in detriment to his feminine qualities, by partaking in pseudo-intellectual dialogues, and by treating woman simply as an object to fulfill his erotic fantasies, or to make stereotypical assumptions about patterns of behavior such as the way women are. There can also be an over-attachment to one's anima, which is just as harmful, such as a man that is too effeminate and is preyed upon by women, or a man who lives regressively and seeks to return to his childhood under the protecting circle of the mother. Perhaps the most common form of anima projection is being suddenly seized in a maddening and passionate love, like Eros, the Greek god of love, shooting a love-igniting arrow. If those sensual pleasures fail the person who desires and wishes for them, he will suffer, pierced by the arrow of pain. The projection of the animus of woman takes on a slightly different form. It takes on a hidden conviction about one's beliefs, thoughts, and assumptions, such as wanting love, but at the same time not believing anyone loves her. The father endows his daughter with unarguable, true opinions of the right thing to do, not including the daughter's own opinion. This may lead a woman to flee into a dreamy fantasy land filled with all the desires and judgments of how things ought to be. Moreover, the animus personifies all the cold and destructive reflections that invade a woman, which get her into a state where she even wishes death to others. A mother who neglects her spiritual side may compensate by expecting an achievement from her son, such as having him pursue an ambitious academic career in order to satisfy her unconscious expectation. Many people are brought back to themselves through the loving appreciation of another person. The teacher or the therapist who gives credit to his pupil or patient through the expectation of positive results can often nurture a blossoming of the other's real personality and gifts. One day, though, this projection naturally falls away, and then it must be proven whether one can withdraw his projection and remain himself even without such help. This transition can be managed with the necessary wisdom and awareness of one's psychic reality. Whenever projection takes place, there's first of all a sender and a receiver. One of the oldest ways of symbolizing projection is by means of projectiles, especially the magic arrow or shot that harms other people. It is generally believed that such a projectile is shot by a god, spirit, demon, or some other mythological being, or by an evil person, and that it hits us, causing us to fall ill. The symbol of the arrow is a visual expression of being suddenly hit by a mood or an emotion that often strikes one like lightning out of a blue sky. In late antiquity, the suspicion had already arisen that certain gods might have something to do with the way in which emotions work in human beings, a view that was especially furthered by astrological speculations. Thus, Saturn has something to do with a melancholy turn of mind, Mars with aggression and initiative, Venus and Cupid with love and sexuality. All states of mind or moods that strike people suddenly and overwhelmingly and for a time can overpower the conscious ego. These phenomena are projections from the background of the psyche, autonomous inner images obeying no conscious intention, but coming and going at their own volition. Jung described these as archetypes, collectively inherited forms that produce similar thoughts, mythological images, feelings, and emotions in human beings. These represent the spiritual contents of the unconscious, while the animal instinct, those impulses to action that are characteristic of the human species, represent the instinctual aspect of the unconscious. Ultimately, however, it appears that projections always originate in the archetypes and in unconscious complexes. An attack of aggressive hatred, for example, is felt by us as coming not from Mars, but rather from an evil adversary who deserves to be hated. Shadow projection. Erotic passion not from Cupid, but from a woman who arouses this passion in a man. Animal projection. The harmful words of human beings are like arrows. Deceitful people bend their tongue like a bow and shoot a deadly arrow. Such activities, as we learn from practical psychological experience, are triggered by negative projections. As soon as a person projects a bit of his shadow onto another human being, he is incited to this kind of rancorous speech. The words that hit the other person like projectiles symbolize the negativity directed against the other person by the one who's projecting. When one becomes the target of another person's negative projection, one often experiences that hatred almost physically as a projectile. Jung distinguishes between two kinds of projection, active and passive. Active projection occurs when we thoughtlessly take for granted that the other person is like us and that what is valid for us is also valid for him, so that we feel justified in improving him, that is, in violating him psychologically. Jung writes, just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that people are as we imagine them to be. We still go on naively projecting our own psychology into our fellow human beings. In this way, everyone creates in himself a series of more or less imaginary relationships based essentially on projection. Passive projection includes an act of empathetic feeling, which serves to bring the object into an intimate relationship with the subject. In order to establish this relationship, the subject detaches a content, a feeling, for instance, lodges it in the object, thereby animating it, and in this way draws the object into the sphere of the subject. All compassion is grounded in this kind of unconscious identity with the others. Passive projection, that is, unconscious empathy, is part of the psychological principle of eros and forms the basis of all social relations. Active projection, on the other hand, belongs to the realm of logos, since it is concerned with an act of recognition or judgment, by means of which we make a distinction between ourselves and the itself unknown object. Both principles can in practice flow into and out of each other. Passive projection is similar to what is known as introjection, the assimilation of object to subject. The difference is that introjection is not necessarily empathetic. It may also arise from a need of respect, power, or superiority. Introjection can be defined as unconsciously adopting the thoughts and behaviors of other people instead of projecting them onto others. This is a natural process of a child's development and relationship with his parents. One naturally introjects the qualities of those whom one looks up to, admires, or worships. This may, however, include the bad aspects of a person or lead to a superiority complex to the point of introjecting the qualities of God onto oneself. The French ethnologist Lévi Brul used the term participation mystique, or mystical participation. The archaic identity of subject and object lives at the very bottom of our psyche. We are instinctively tied to symbols that precedes all intellectualism. Our ancestors were much more governed by their unconscious instincts and participation in nature and the objects surrounding them. The inner world was merged with the external world. It's only a recent phenomenon that our world seems to be cleansed of all superstitious and irrational elements. However, This is not so for the inner world, which does not discriminate between subject and object. Jung writes, only certain functions and areas have outgrown the primary mystic identity with the object. Primitive man has a minimum of self awareness combined with a maximum of attachment to the object, hence, the object can exercise a direct magical compulsion upon him. Self awareness gradually developed out of this initial state of identity and went hand in hand with the differentiation of subject and object. But as everyone knows, our self awareness is still a long way behind our actual knowledge. Mystical participation is closely related to projection because the projected mythological images are present in objects, people, and situations. Thought forms, universally understandable gestures, and many attitudes follow a pattern that was established long before man developed a reflective consciousness. It is conceivable that the early origins of man's capacity to reflect come from the painful consequences of violent emotional clashes. For example, a bushman who, in a moment of anger and disappointment at his failure to catch any fish, strangles his much beloved only son, and is then seized with immense regret as he holds the little dead body in his arms. Modern man knows more about mythological symbolism than did any generation before our own. They have become the object of conscious reflection. Primitive man did not reflect upon their symbols, they lived them and were unconsciously animated by their meaning. Unconscious contents, however, cannot be integrated into the subject into their entirety. The process is like that of peeling an onion. One or more layers of an unconscious complex can, indeed, be integrated by the conscious personality, but not the core itself. In the core, we find the archetypes of the collective unconscious, which create projections against our will, because such content cannot be integrated by ego consciousness. If one wants to understand these projections and prevent their renewal, the content must be recognized as psychically real, though not as a part of the subject, but rather as an autonomous power. If we could see through all our projections down to the last traces, our personality would be extended to cosmic dimensions. Jung once compared the ego to a man who sails out in his boat, the philosophical or religious ideas behind his conscious view of the world, onto the sea of the unconscious to go fishing. He must take care not to haul more fish, that is, more unconscious contents, from the sea into his boat than the boat can carry, or it will sink. This explains why people with weak egos often defend themselves so desperately against any and every insight into their negative projections. They cannot bear the weight, the moral pressure that results from such insight. I learned so much from watching, and one of the things I observe most carefully is the exchange of inner alchemical gold. Inner gold is the highest value in the human psyche. It is our soul, the self, the innermost part of our being. In his book, Inner Gold, Understanding Psychological Projection, Jungian analyst Robert A. Johnson presents psychological projection as giving up our inner gold to those whom we idealize or are attracted to. He writes, when we awaken to a new possibility in our lives, we often see it first in another person. A part of us that has been hidden is about to emerge, but it doesn't go in a straight line from our unconscious to becoming conscious. It travels by way of an intermediary, a host. We project our gold onto someone, and suddenly we're consumed with that person. The first inkling of this is when the other person appears to be so luminous that he or she glows in the dark. That's a sure sign that something is changing in us, and we are projecting our gold onto the other person. By observing the things we attribute to the other person, we see our own depth and meaning. Our gold goes first from us to them, and eventually will come back to us. Projecting our inner gold offers us the best chance for an advance in consciousness, and we must learn the arduous task of taking back this gold as we move through life's journey. The work of the alchemists was to transmute base metals into gold. There were charlatans only concerned with material possession, However, for the true alchemists, gold is the metaphor for the spiritual and psychological task of inner transformation. When we see that we have given our spiritual gold to someone to hold for us, there are several ways we might respond. We could go to him or her and say, "The meaning of my life has suddenly appeared in the glow in your eyes. May I tell you about it?" This is another way of saying, "I have given you my inner gold. Will you carry it for me for a while?" We cling to people who are the repositories of our gold and won't let them loose. If this person were to leave you and you can't function properly alone, it probably means that he or she has taken your gold. The exchange of gold is a mysterious process. It is our gold, but it's too heavy for us, so we need someone else to carry it for a time. That person becomes synonymous with meaning. A smile can raise us to heavenly heights. A frown will hurl us to hellish depths. So great is the power of meaning. One reason we hesitate to carry our own gold is that it is dangerously close to God. Our gold has godlike characteristics, and it is difficult to bear the weight of it. This is the original meaning of the terms Godfather and Godmother. That person is the carrier of godlike qualities for you, someone who carries the subtle part of your life, a parent in an interior godlike way. Robert tells the story of one of his patients who would compliment him every time they saw each other. Robert would tell him, "All these qualities are your values. You need to drape it around my neck for a while, but you're going to take it back eventually." He would tell Robert how valuable he was to him, how lucky he was to have him as a therapist. He was talking about his inner gold and was desperate for someone to take it off his shoulders, for it was too heavy for him. This went on for almost 5 years. Robert writes, "Then one day he said, 'I want my gold back.' I'd noticed that he was getting restless, so I agreed. 'Things are changing,' I said. 'Let's do a ceremony to put the gold back in your pocket.' I conjured up a small piece of gold, the size of a pea, and a few days later we had the ceremony. He held the kernel of gold, shaking, suddenly more aware of what he had been doing. Then he put it in my hands and said, anxiously, 'Suppose you don't give it back.' I said, 'This is your gold, and it belongs only in your pocket. I'm honored that you would allow me to hold it for you all these years, but it's yours, and it needs to go back to you.' The next day, he had his gold all over me again. He couldn't hold it and wanted me to take it back. The exchange of gold is not entirely a voluntary matter. Sometimes it takes a few round trips. We traded the gold back and forth several more times until one day he could withstand it. Since then, I haven't heard any more about him wanting it back. When the exchange of gold proceeds well, we mature and eventually become strong enough to ask for our gold back. Carrying someone's gold is a fine art and a high responsibility. If you are the recipient of someone's gold, hold it carefully and be prepared to give it back within a microsecond's notice. Unfortunately, there are people who collect inner gold and refuse to give it back. It's a kind of murder. It is only after you get your gold back that you can see the gold of the other person. When the time is right, when you are ready to bear the weight, you must get your gold back. If it has an impact, it means there is a war inside me. You set it off, but what you set off is my business. Anything that can burn in a person should burn. Only the things that are fireproof are worth keeping. If you can hurt my feelings, they are better off hurt, because it's an error in me."
Is not an audiobook. Multiple breaches on the second and bottom floor. Structural integrity is compromised.
A volley of projectiles rained over Busy. She ignored all the pebbles and arrows You got drawn to the engine room. I can't evade their shots much longer.
Close your eyes and enjoy the show. Can be highly beneficial. For Nietzsche, the child is the final metamorphosis to becoming who we truly are. The child is innocence and forgetfulness, a new beginning, a game, a self propelling wheel, a first emotion, a sacred yes. Play is an essential part of our life, and it is sadly put at the background when we grow up and develop our ego, though we unconsciously long for it. Children project meaning into objects and live in animism, where objects are animated into living forms. The subject is more connected with objects. Jung writes, the dynamic principle of fantasy is play, a characteristic also of the child, and as such it appears inconsistent with the principle of serious work. But without playing with fantasy, no creative work has ever yet come to birth. The debt we owe to the play of imagination is incalculable. Integrating our inner child leads to a heightened state of consciousness, which we did not possess when we were born. We're born integrated, disintegrate, and must reintegrate. That is the process of self realization. There is no integration without disintegration. Wholeness is achieved through constant inner work. Only after 100 days of consistent work, only then is the light genuine. Only then can one begin to work with the spirit fire. Light is an acute state of consciousness that uncovers areas of the unconscious which are usually covered. Jung writes, it is high time we realize that it is pointless to praise the light and preach it if nobody can see it. It is much more needful to teach people the art of seeing. To become whole is not a linear process, but rather of circumambulation, a process in which everything relates to the center. Jung wrote, I began to understand that the goal of psychic development is the self. There's no linear evolution, there's only a circumambulation of the self. This insight gave me stability, and gradually my inner peace returned. I knew that in finding the mandala as an expression of the self, I had achieved what was for me the ultimate. Perhaps someone else knows more, but not I. To be in the center is to be relieved from anxiety, suffering, and hopelessness, which are the aspects of the rim of the circle, the temporal, money, pleasure, fame, power, etc. A medieval manuscript portrays a king who lives on the rim of the wheel, which moves in a never ending process of I am reigning, I have reigned, I have lost my kingdom, and I shall reign. In the center is the figure of Christ, a symbol for the self. To be in the center is to experience ecstasy, standing outside of oneself without ceasing to be oneself. The ancient Greek philosophers called this the state of apatheia, not to be confused with apathetic. It is a state of wisdom and tranquility, of being undisturbed by one's wild emotional fluctuations, of being indifferent to what happens to you in life, and going along with whatever life throws at you. By observing what actually happens, instead of our perception of what happens, it allows to calm our inner tornado and earthly passions. The Stoics practice what is known as the dichotomy of control, to focus on what is in your control and not on that which is out of your control. Apatheia is not, however, a permanent state that would be a superhuman feat. It is rather a temporary state in people who are more in tune with their soul, which for Jung is the alignment of one's ego to the self, the source of spiritual nourishment. This is characteristic of the archetype of the wise old man and woman. Others are more affected by anxiety and suffering because they live on the rim of the wheel or the ego, where life becomes a vicious cycle. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. To be alone with oneself can lead to solitariness in the positive or loneliness in the negative. If you're lonely when you're alone, you are in bad company. Spending some time alone with oneself and one's unconscious can be a rich source of spiritual nourishment and is key to self realization. It is only by confronting our unconscious that we can become whole. Jung writes, as a doctor, it is my task to help the patient to cope with life. I cannot presume to pass judgment on his final decisions, because I know from experience that all coercion, be it suggestion, insinuation, or any other method of persuasion, ultimately proves to be nothing but an obstacle to the highest and most decisive experience of all, which is to be alone with his own self, or whatever else one chooses to call the objectivity of the psyche. The patient must be alone if he is to find out what it is that supports him when he can no longer support himself. Only this experience can give him an indestructible foundation. Now that we have a basic notion of the idea of wholeness, we'll start with the origins and history of alchemy. The etymology of alchemy is of uncertain origin. It is said to derive from the Arabic alchimia, al being the prefix for the. The word comes from the old name for Egypt, Kemet, meaning the black lands, the fertile soils along the Nile River, as distinct from the red lands of the desert. Therefore, alchemy can be seen as the Egyptian art or the black art. Others believe that the Arabic word derives from the Greek word chemia, meaning to cast together or to pour together. The term alchemy may well be a mix of these different sources. It is unclear where alchemy first appeared, if it was Egypt, China, India, or some place in the Middle East, or if it happened in various places at the same time. Many of them exchanged their different beliefs, practices, and knowledge along the Silk Road, which was also an intellectual route. According to many scholars, however, alchemy can be traced back to Egypt. The pre-Socratic and ancient Greek philosophers dealt primarily with rational thought and natural principles to understand the world, and did few or no experiments. They came up with a basic concept still valid in modern physics, the concepts of matter, space, time, and the atom, and many of them sought to understand the world through one of the four elements: fire, water, air, and earth. The Egyptians, on the other hand, mainly dealt with matter, and while they had religious ideas, they did not possess the philosophical basis that the Greeks had. An enormous amount of the Egyptians' energy was directed to life after death, and their main concern was that the right kinds of rituals be performed so that eternal life after death would be assured in the right way. The distinction between matter and spirit was not made by the Egyptians. If you were going to have eternal life, you needed a body that would live forever. That was the purpose of mummification. The main chemical procedure consisted in bathing the corpse in a base of sodium bicarbonate. The root of the Latin word natrium, sodium, is the Egyptian word nater, meaning God. Mummification meant bathing the corpse in God substance, till it was completely soaked in it. As such, one became eternal and identical with the cosmos. The trends of Greek and Egyptian civilization came together and united in a very fruitful marriage, of which alchemy was their child. As such, alchemy was born as a hybrid of Greek philosophy, Egyptian material transformation, and symbolism. The central figure in alchemy is Hermes Trismegistus, or thrice great Hermes, whose name is derived from the ancient Egyptian god Thoth and his Greek counterpart Hermes, the messenger of the gods and psychopomp. The philosophy of Hermes is known as Hermeticism, and he is the author of the Emerald Tablet, which is supposed to contain all the knowledge of the philosophy and practice of alchemy in just a few lines. It is the source of perhaps the most important alchemical maxim, as above, so below. The inner world, microcosm, and outer world, macrocosm, are one and the same, as within, so without. The immortal and eternal realm of the inner world corresponds to the physical and mortal reality of the outer world that we all experience. Through transforming ourselves, we transform the world. Through transforming the world, we transform ourselves. Human consciousness expands and embraces cosmic consciousness. The drop returns to the ocean and the spark to the flame. In his book, Jung and the Alchemical Imagination, Jeffrey Rev divides the history of alchemy into three main phases: Hellenistic alchemy from 200 BC to AD 600, Arabic alchemy extending to about AD 1000, and Latin alchemy continuing from about 1100 to 1700. The history of alchemy went through its own process of death and rebirth. The alchemist Zosimus wrote about Maria Prophetessa, which some scholars consider as one of the founders of alchemy. They both lived in the Middle East around AD 200 or 300. Alchemy sought to uncover the mystery of matter. By transforming matter, one transformed the spirit. For instance, having a good physical health was important because it corresponds to good mental health, and so on. By AD 600, alchemy started dying out as a spiritual discipline. It would later be revived in the Muslim conquests when the Arabs discovered the Greek and Egyptian alchemical texts and continued the tradition. The most interested in alchemy were the Sufis, who wrote about imagination, the power of the mind, and visionary states. Jabir ibn Hayyan is regarded as the most famous of the Arab alchemists, who is supposed to have died around AD 800. Alchemy again started to fade away until another war happened. This time it was the Crusades. The Crusaders discovered the Greek texts that the Arabs had taken and brought it back to Europe. This started the Latin period of alchemy. One of the most famous alchemists of this period was Paracelsus, who was more concerned with the medical and practical side of alchemy. He was also interested in the creation of the homunculus, the representation of an artificial small human being. Around the 1700s, the scientific method was born, and alchemy was branded as fraudulent, nonsense, and heresy. People began to focus on the backwardness and superstition of the past and the Enlightenment and rationalist world of modernity. However, one of the greatest scientists, Isaac Newton, continued to study alchemy for the rest of his life and produced around 1 million words in alchemical works. After his death, most of it was burned, for fear of ruining his reputation. It wasn't until the 20th century that Jung brought alchemy back to life as psychology. Alchemy is popularly known as the art of transmutation, most notably turning lead into gold. This process is known as chrysopoeia, gold making. Lead was often associated as the basest of metals. It's dull, soft, quite useless for making tools, and poisonous. There are 7 primary metals in alchemy, which have 7 planetary influences: gold, sun; silver, moon; copper, Venus; iron, Mars; tin, Jupiter; Mercury, and lead, Saturn. For the Hindus, these also correspond to the 7 chakras in the body. If the alchemists were ever able to produce artificial gold is unknown. It seemed to be the goal of the alchemists and composed thousands of years of earnest behavior. For Jung, however, the task was and has always been psychological. The end product is not material in nature, but rather spiritual. Alchemy is the art of expanding consciousness, of self-realization. There is in natural things a certain truth which cannot be seen with the outward eye, but is perceived by the mind alone. and of this the philosophers have had experience, and have ascertained that its virtue is such as to work miracles. Transform yourselves from dead stones into living philosophical stones. The spiritual alchemist conceals the truth intentionally, so as to prevent wicked people or charlatans overcome by greed and material possession to access its wisdom. There were many dilettante alchemists who failed to understand the spiritual and psychological nature of alchemy as inner transformation. Moreover, concealing the truth helped shield them from the persecution of religious fanatics, as it was considered heretical and would result in a death sentence. Alchemists were not only concerned with lead, but also transforming the lowest kind of matter one can think of: rotten flesh, urine, poison, feces, etc., into the expression of the highest kind of matter, gold. This is known as base matter or prima materia, first matter, which is the one thing that makes up everything in the universe and is the source of life. There are hundreds of different suggestions for this elusive substance. Psychologically, it can be defined as our very consciousness. A famous alchemical saying is, "In stequilinis inventor," in filth it will be found. That which you most value in life is found in the least likely places. Many alchemical works are difficult and seemingly impenetrable. It's like navigating through a maze. But sometimes you stumble upon a gem. The prima materia expresses itself in a trinity. These are known as the tria prima, which the alchemists gave code names to: sulfur, soul, mercury, spirit, and salt, body. These compose everything in the world. The process of transforming matter would always go through these three principles. In the alchemical art of spagyrics, which means to separate and recombine, the alchemists would transform plants and herbs into oil by distillation, creating essential oils, the soul. In the process of fermentation, they would create liquor, the spirit, which is why we call alcohol spirits. And the destruction of the plant by fire would create an ash, which, when washed with water, filtered, and evaporated, would leave salt crystals, the body. This shows us that the alchemists really thought seriously about the connection between the inner world and the outer world. The alchemists saw the body as all the objects and material that compose reality. However, these are mere concepts or ideas. Physical reality isn't really as solid as we perceive it to be. The world can take on a whole new appearance depending on our perception of it. This is a reflection of the spirit, which is the mind, and the soul is the cause of everything that is. The spirit is the bridge that joins body and soul, represented by Mercury, the Roman version of Hermes, who is also related to Thoth. They are all the same archetype. In short, alchemy is the understanding of how the unconscious, the spirit, relates to consciousness, the body, which for Jung represents one's total personality, the self, the soul. To understand the nature of reality, one must understand the prima materia. By breaking it into its component parts, the alchemist would then reunite the parts in such a way as to create a new substance by changing the different elements: fire, water, air, and earth, and qualities: hot, cold, dry, and moist. This is an important principle in alchemy known as solvi et coagula, a process of breaking down to separate and reunite, which is identical to the meaning of spagyrics. The goal of transforming the prima materia is to create the lapis philosophorum, the philosopher's stone, which is the central symbol of alchemy. It is the substance that acts as an intermediary catalyst, and by mixing it, turns base matter into gold. Obtaining the stone is part of what is called the opus magnum, the great work of the alchemists. The alchemists believe that the opus proceeds from the one and leads back to the one. This is expressed in the famous axiom of Maria, a recurring theme in alchemy and symbol for wholeness, which Jung quotes: "One becomes two, two becomes three, and out of the third comes the one as the fourth." This is the essence of the philosopher's stone, whose symbol is the square circle. In the image, we can see all the principles of alchemy take place. The outer circle is a representation of the soul, whose possibilities are unlimited and infinite. Within the circle is a triangle, the tria prima. Then we have a square, which symbolizes the four elements. When all these are brought together, we get once again the circle of the soul. This can be repeated in an infinite regression and is what comprises the Philosopher's Stone. The stone is sometimes described as capable of producing the universal panacea, which cures the diseases and sufferings of humanity, the alkahest or universal solvent, capable of dissolving any substance without destroying its fundamental component, the Holy Grail, which grants eternal youth, and the elixir of life, which grants immortality and was of interest primarily to the Chinese alchemists. Ironically, many Chinese emperors seeking to prolong their lifespans died from drinking elixirs. These ideas are to be taken as inner work. There are no shortcuts for self realization. It was our desire for truth and enlightenment of our nature that motivated us to seek through every means possible for that certain something that we unconsciously felt we had lost and which is ours to reacquire. For Jung, the philosopher's stone is to be found in ourselves. It is the old adage, know thyself. The alchemical stone, the lapis, symbolizes something that can never be lost or dissolved, something eternal that some alchemists compared to the mystical experience of God within one's own soul. It usually takes prolonged suffering to burn away all these superfluous psychic elements concealing the stone, but some profound inner experience of the self does occur to most people at least once in a lifetime. From the psychological standpoint, a genuinely religious attitude consists of an effort to discover this unique experience and gradually to keep in tune with it. It is relevant that a stone is itself something permanent, so that the self becomes an inner partner toward whom one's attention is continually turned. The psychological significance of alchemy comes from psychological projection. Projection is never made, it happens. It is simply there. In the darkness of anything external to what we find, there is an interior or psychic life that is our own. Jung believes that since it was a question of projection, the alchemist was naturally unconscious of the fact that the experience had nothing to do with matter itself. He experienced his projection as a property of matter, but what he was in reality experiencing was his unconscious. This was a time when the mind of the alchemist was still grappling with the problems of matter, when the exploring consciousness was confronted by the dark void of the unknown, in which figures and laws were dimly perceived and attributed to matter, although they really belonged to the psyche. Everything unknown and empty is filled with psychological projection. It is as if the investigator's own psychic background were mirrored in the darkness. What he sees in matter, or thinks he can see, is chiefly the data of his own unconscious, which he is projecting into it. In other words, he encounters in matter, as apparently belonging to it, certain qualities and potential meanings of whose psychic nature he is entirely unconscious. This procedure was not, of course, intentional. It was an involuntary occurrence. There's a psychical existence which precedes consciousness. From time to time, we get messages from this realm through dreams, fantasies, intuitions, visions, and so on. And it is from these that we draw the conclusion of a psychical existence in ourselves which is totally different to our conscious mind. Thus, there exists in alchemy an astonishing amount of material from the unconscious, produced in a situation where the conscious mind did not follow a definite program, but only searched. This is an important point. The conclusions are spontaneous, in contrast to other symbolic material which have always been revised. Alchemy contains a collection of archetypal symbols with a minimum of personification. The dynamic depictions of the subjective transformative process occurring in individuals not only provided confirmation and validation of Jung's own concepts, but he found that they provided a rich lexicon for understanding the dreams of his patients and a host of cultural phenomena. To become who we are requires a reconnection with the instincts, with the unconscious and the mythic world, and at the same time maintaining a strong ego to differentiate between one's daily life and the archetypes of the collective unconscious. One must know the difference to apply rational thinking and ethical behavior to the products of the unconscious without being overwhelmed by them or kowtowing to them, but also without ignoring them and treating them as if they were meaningless. When one closes oneself completely from the unconscious, one also closes oneself from the energy that come from these symbols. This can lead to alienation and depression. Meditation, prayer, dreams, etc. are all healing processes that allows us to reintegrate our fragmented selves, align ourselves, and be at harmony with ourselves. This cannot be done by logical reasoning. It is a participatory and existential mode of being. The union of opposites on a higher level of consciousness is not a rational thing, nor is it a matter of will. It is a process of psychic development that expresses itself in symbols. The way to lure the unconscious into consciousness is by interacting with symbols, which are the language of the unconscious. We are constantly surrounded by symbols in our daily life. This has been so since time immemorial. And though we are less aware of them than our ancestors, because we have created an artificial environment and lifestyle that in many cases goes against our instinctual impulses, they are still very much alive in our unconscious and play an important role in our lives. Searching for symbols is like fishing in the ocean of the unconscious. Carrying too many will make your boat sink. This represents ego inflation and hubris. But carrying no symbols at all will make you feel empty and without energy. Life appears without any color. Life becomes meaningless. Like a fisherman that returns home after a long day without fish, the soul remains hungry. Jung developed his own technique to engage with symbols, which he called active imagination. The unconscious has 1,000 ways of snuffing out a meaningless existence with surprising swiftness. The work of the alchemists is filled with symbols, such as the Ouroboros, the tail devourer, which depicts a snake or dragon eating its tail. It is thought to be the oldest allegorical symbol in alchemy, which appears in Cleopatra the Alchemist's Chrysopoeia, symbolizing the concept of eternity and endless return, associated with the maxim, one is all and all is one. Sometimes an alchemist would be initiated by a teacher who would deliberately confuse the student. They would not tell you what they really meant because they wanted you to figure it out for yourself. If the teacher told all his secrets to a student, there would be no inner work, only a detached transmission of knowledge without any transformation in the individual. One must work with the material until one comes upon a realization that impacts one's life. Gold is the highest value in consciousness, the realization of the self. To reach that state, however, we must first disintegrate our ego consciousness. The one becomes the many, like all those figures appearing above the head of the meditated Taoist alchemical book of life that introduced Jung to alchemy. Everybody is a multiple personality, not in the pathological sense of that term, but insofar as we all have living personalities besides our ego personality. These are the archetypes of the collective unconscious and are autonomous. You can see them in your dream figures, which most of the time, but not always, represent different parts of yourself, not other people. This seems quite bizarre for us when we think about it, as it is completely contrary to our normal everyday life. The ancient Greek philosophers called it a daimon, not to be confused with demon, an inner voice, guardian spirit, tutelary figure, angel, or higher self who watches over each individual. So, how does one practice alchemy? There are a number of operations for achieving the philosopher's stone, though there was no general agreement of how many or which ones they were. There were, however, several steps that occur most frequently in alchemical texts. In his book Anatomy of the Psyche, Edward Edinger distinguishes between 7 operations as the major ones that make up the alchemical transformation, and uses their Latin terms to differentiate these psychological processes from the chemical procedures. These are calcinatio, solutio, coagulatio, sublimatio, mortificatio, separatio, and conjunctio. It may look like a linear process, but it is not. It is akin to Jung's notion of circumambulation, where one or more operations may repeat themselves. The different operations are steps towards individuation. Fire is a central symbol in alchemy. Alchemy is the art of fire, and the alchemists, philosophers by fire. The first operation is calcinatio, the process of burning a substance until it is reduced to fine ash. When the soul is burned up with fire, it is lustful, jealous, frustrated, or angry. Fire is active, energetic, and instinctual. It is different from the coldness of intense sadness, which is passive, contemplative, and lethargic. Fire, however, is also a process of catharsis. It is the destruction of the ego and material possessions, a natural humbling process as we are gradually assaulted and overcome by the trials and tribulations of life. Heraclitus considered fire to be the first principle from whence all things owe their existence. Fueling the flame of the heart with daily devotions of right action, right thought, right speech, meditation, and prayer increases the power, wisdom, and love of the divine nature of man. The fire and the rose are one. We're pleased to the depth of our soul to be told that the fire of transformation and the flower of rebirth are one and the same. The expression, God is a consuming fire, is well known in Holy Scriptures. The seraphim, burning ones, are fiery celestial beings that fly around God, crying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty. Fire burns away all our errors and lies. Only truth survives the fire. The second operation in alchemy is solutio. While calcinatio symbolizes fire, solutio pertains to water. Some texts consider it the root of alchemy. It is the process of turning a solid into a liquid. It is a further dissolution of the ego and immersion in the dark depths of the ocean, the unconscious. The third operation is coagulatio, which represents earth, turning liquid back to a solid. It takes on a fixed, heavy, and permanent shape. It is the fall from spirit to flesh, from heaven to earth. For something to have become earth means that it has been concretized in a particular form. It has become attached to an ego. Exposing oneself to daily life and hard work solidifies one's personality. Jung wrote, I've done without electricity and tend the fireplace and stove myself. Evenings, I light the old lamps. There's no running water, and I pump the water from the well. I chop the wood and cook the food. These simple acts make man simple, and how difficult it is to be simple. It is important to have a strong anchor in reality when interacting with the unconscious, and to not get lost in abstract thinking to the detriment of practical life, which leads to depression and melancholy. Actions speak louder than words. Additionally, when one takes responsibility by making one's unconscious contents conscious, one is headed towards self realization. The word humility comes from the Latin word humus, which means earth. A humble person is down to earth. Human is derived from the same word, one who is grounded. Humility contains a rich source of nutrients which heals us. The fourth operation is sublimatio, pertaining to air. It turns the material into vapor, which arises from the top of the alchemical vessel and was seen as spirit, in contrast to the material. The reunion of the body with the spirit is an elevating process where a low substance is translated into a higher form by an ascending movement. It is like breathing pure mountain air after a difficult ascent. When we have a problem and look at it from above, many times it ceases to be a problem as we gain psychic objectivity. Sublimatio is associated with ladders, stairs, clouds, chariots, etc. The process is liberating but also dangerous, as it may lead one to unbearable heights. It can be disastrous to be stuck in the sky. A young man recalls several dreams he had. I once dreamed that I had climbed a ladder to a high platform, and that somebody removed the ladder so that I was left stranded on the height with no way of getting down again. Another time I was climbing a ladder miles above the Earth's surface, with something impelling me onward. I dared not to look down for fear of becoming dizzy and letting go of the rung. One needs an ascent as much as a descent. This is the paradox. Nietzsche expresses this beautifully. Man is a rope tied between beast and overman, a rope over an abyss, a dangerous going across, a dangerous on the way, a dangerous looking back, a dangerous shuddering and staying still. What is great in man is that he is a bridge and not an end. What is lovable in man is that he is an overgoing and a downgoing. As an alchemical dictum says, sublimate the body and coagulate the spirit. Upward movement eternalizes, downward movement personalizes. This process is expressed in the Emerald Tablet, which refers to the one principle of alchemy. It ascends from the earth to the heaven, and descends again to the earth, and receives the power of the above and below. Thus you will have the glory of the whole world. Therefore all darkness will flee from you. Our happiness should not be based upon something that is illusory. The less earthly desires one has, the richer one truly becomes. Illusions bind us to a false sense of human limitation, and enslave us by seducing us to indulge in things that hampers the development of the soul. The rest of the operations take on a different form than the four elements. During the process of transformation of matter, the alchemists would see different stages or changes of color take place. The negretto, blackening, albedo, whitening, citrinitas, yellowing, and rubedo, reddening. After the 15th century, however, the colors were reduced to three, and yellow fell into disuse or was seldom mentioned, as it merged with the final stage. The Negretto is a spiritual death. It is only by having the courage to let go of one's old ideas and limitations that are blocking one's development that one may open the door to new insight, transforming into a new self. As Nietzsche wrote, the snake which cannot cast its skin has to die, as well as the minds which are prevented from changing their opinions. They cease to be mind. The guide for this insight is not just the experience gathered in life, but also a listening to the unconscious, which is our ultimate guide in life. The subject must be open and aware of his or her unconscious, and approach it in an honest manner. The Negretto represents the fifth alchemical operation, mortificatur. We can observe this process in nature, such as the decomposition of bodies, the falling of leaves, the rotting down of fruits, etc., where nutrients are recycled back to the earth. The idea of something turning black is matter beginning to die and rot, putrefatio. The Negretto is seen as the most negative of the operations, and often referred to as a black blacker than black, a place without light. It is the dark night of the soul. The process is a purging of the horrible darkness of our mind. This stage is represented by the raven, and includes death, suffering, grief, depression, loneliness, weariness of life, and suicide. It is seen in those who experience a crisis of meaning in life, who feel as they are swallowed up by the ground, and the only way out is to begin their inner work. The state of horror, however, is so unbearable that we reach for anything to shut it down, and so we numb ourselves with pleasure. When we begin to feel uncomfortable and aware that something is not right, but we do not know what it is, we are in a state of massa confusa, of inner chaos. It is the voice of the unlived life. If we pay attention to this, we begin to see things we don't like to see in ourselves, but which can be very valuable. In this state, one should ask oneself, what is the next right thing that I can actually do apart from nothing? The Negretto is a moment of maximum despair. That is a prerequisite to change and transformation. It is a process of separating the wheat from the chaff. When you come to that loneliness with yourself, when you are eternally alone, you're forced in upon yourself and are bound to become aware of your background. The gateway to peace is narrow, and none may enter save through affliction of the soul. For Jung, the Negretto is the confrontation with one's shadow and unconscious material. He writes, self-knowledge is an adventure that carries us unexpectedly far and deep. Even a moderately comprehensive knowledge of the shadow can cause a great deal of confusion and mental darkness, since it gives rise to personality problems which one had never remotely imagined before. For this reason alone, We can understand why the alchemists called the Negredo Melancholia a black blacker than black. At the height of despair and darkness, however, is where suddenly an illumination comes from above. There is no light without shadow, and no psychic wholeness without imperfection. To round itself out, life calls not for perfection, but for completeness. And for this the thorn in the flesh is needed, the suffering of defects, without which there is no progress and no ascent. It is the archetype of the wounded healer, to be at home in the darkness of suffering, and there to find germs of light and recovery. This is a healing process. Jung calls this process an enchudronia, the union of the opposites. The greater the tension, the greater is the potential. Great energy springs tension of opposites. Before the second stage, the albedo, there is a transitionary phase called the coda pavonis, the peacock's tail, in which many colors appear. The albedo is the washing away of impurities, a baptism represented by the dove. This leads to the sixth step, the separatio, the awareness of the opposites, of Negredo and albedo. At this point, the first main goal of the process is reached. The albedo is highly prized by many alchemists, as if it were the ultimate goal. It is the female or moon condition, which allows one to create silver. However, some subjected the white matter into another death, turning black once more. If successful, it would lead to the final stage, the rubedo. The color red is associated with the sun, gold, and the philosopher's stone, putting an end to the great work. Seek the coolness of the moon, and ye shall find the heat of the sun. This is the awakening, where the phoenix rises and is reborn from the fire. We stop fearing the darkness once we know the phoenix in us will rise from the ashes. Only that which can destroy itself is truly alive. The red and white are king and queen, the sun and the moon, who at this stage may celebrate the hieros gamos, holy marriage, leading to the final stage, the conjunctio. This step was particularly important for Jung and represents the reunification of the prima materia, creating the philosopher's stone. It is the wholeness of the hermaphroditic Mercurius, the contrasexual soul images, anima and animus, the union of opposites that restore one to the self. Jung writes, Mercurius stands at the beginning and end of the work. He is the prima materia, the caput corvi, raven's head, the negredo, as dragon he devours himself, and as dragon he dies, to rise again as the lapis. He is the play of color in the coda pavonis and the division into four elements. He is the hermaphrodite that was in the beginning, that splits into the classical brother-sister duality and is reunited in the conjunctio, to appear again at the end in the radiant form of the lumen novum, new light, the stone. He is metallic yet liquid, matter yet spirit, cold yet fiery, poison yet healing draught, a symbol uniting all opposites. Alchemy is a process of spiritual death and rebirth. Death is the end, or the transition to a new experience. It is the hero's journey which we all partake in, the call to adventure that leads to a confrontation with our dragon, our worst fear, event, person, or memory long avoided. A difficult quest that may require many attempts to complete. The reward is accessing the treasure chest of our inner gold, that is, the psychological death of our old self and the birth of a new and more capable self, with an elixir to share the experience with others. The end of the alchemical work was conceived as self-knowledge. Alchemy seeks to heal the suffering of the human mind, of the human soul. A true alchemist seizes the black matter of all existence and makes it something luminous. For this spiritual knowledge to be valuable, it must be put into practice. To summarize, we have calcinatio, fire, solutio, water, coagulatio, earth, sublimatio, air, and then mortificatio and separatio, negredo and albedo, and finally conjunctio, rubedo. It should be reiterated that this is one of many different interpretations of the alchemical process, and should not be taken as the definite one. This should, however, serve as a solid introduction to the alchemical work. In The Mountain of the Adepts, we see that the process of psychological development is analogous to the stages in the alchemical transformation of base matter into gold. The Philosopher's Stone here is represented as a temple of the wise, buried in the earth. The phoenix, symbol of the renewed personality, straddles the sun and moon, the opposites as masculine and feminine. The zodiac in the background symbolizes the duration of the process. The four elements indicate wholeness. The blindfolded man represents the stumbling search for truth, the right way shown by the investigator prepared to follow his natural instincts. An old alchemist gave the following consolation to one of his disciples: no matter how isolated you are and how lonely you feel, if you do your work truly and conscientiously, unknown friends will come and seek you. Franz Kafka is one of the major figures of 20th century literature who received little public attention during his lifetime. He dealt with existential themes such as alienation, anxiety, disorientation, and the absurd. It is hard to put Kafka into a box. Many people have tried to read his work in the lens of psychoanalysis. Existentialism, Judaism, Marxism, and so on. But Kafka eschews reduction to one single view. The magic of reading Kafka is that we all come up with our own interpretations, and that there's no one definite or true interpretation. His work is so original that the term Kafkaesque was coined to describe the atmosphere of his work, the nightmarish, bizarre, or illogical situations. Throughout his works, we see the strange, dreamlike mixture of perplexity and embarrassment play out, such as having a simple task to do that turns out to be so complex that it seems to have no end, and the notion of a grand organization with its incomprehensible bureaucratic system that hovers invisibly over each individual and has complete power over one's life. Kafka was a German-speaking novelist born in 1883 into a middle-class Jewish family in Prague, the capital of the Kingdom of Bohemia, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and today the capital of the Czech Republic. Kafka's childhood was a lonely one. He often felt like an outsider. He felt alienated, firstly as a Jew at a time of rising anti-Semitism, and secondly as a German speaker in a predominantly Czech nation. His father was a self-made man who rose from a poor and uneducated background by creating a successful business, and who had a significant influence on Kafka's writings. The strong, confident, and ultimate authority, in contrast to the shyness and frailness of Kafka. His father could not relate to his literary work and wanted him to follow his footsteps as a businessman. This naturally created conflicts. In fact, Kafka later wrote a very long letter on the emotionally abusive character of his father, which was never delivered. Dearest father, you asked me recently why I maintain that I'm afraid of you. As usual, I was unable to think of any answer to your question, partly for the very reason that I'm afraid of you, and partly because an explanation of the grounds for this fear would mean going into far more details than I could even approximately keep in mind while talking. And if I now try to give you an answer in writing, it will still be very incomplete. Kafka, however, also held his father in high esteem. He admired his vitality and competency to deal with life, though there remained a hidden resentment of his father forcing him into a profession that didn't suit him. Kafka obtained the degree of Doctor of Law and had a compulsory 1 year unpaid training as a law clerk for the civil and criminal courts. He was later employed in an insurance company. He worked hard and was rapidly promoted. However, the long working hours overwhelmed him, and he wanted time to write and read. In the story Poseidon, Kafka imagines a sea god so overwhelmed with administrative paperwork that he never gets to sail or swim. His office job was an impediment to his true vocation as a writer, which he would often pursue late into the night. He wrote, "My life consists, and basically always consisted, of attempts at writing, mostly unsuccessful. But when I didn't write, I was at once flat on the floor, fit for the dustbin. My energies have always been pitifully weak. At the office, at the office, Kafka lived up to his outward duties, but not to his inner duties, and those unfulfilled duties grew into a permanent torment. Each of us has his own way of emerging from the underworld. Mine is by writing. That's why the only way I can keep going, if at all, is by writing, not through rest and sleep. For Kafka, writing was a form of prayer. At the age of 29, Kafka experienced a creative outburst and wrote The Judgment in one sitting. As dark as the story is, in which the protagonist's father sentences his son to death by drowning, Kafka described it as a total opening of body and soul, a sort of baptism, a death and a rebirth. At this moment, he felt as if he had found himself and accepted himself as a writer. Kafka wrote first of all for himself, out of an internal compulsion, but what he wrote became, almost coincidentally, of worldwide importance. Kafka had various unsuccessful love affairs with women, and only seemed to have found a hint of peace at the very end of his life. He suffered from social anxiety and low self confidence, especially because of his body. At times, he believed that people found him physically repulsive. He also had frequent migraines, insomnia, and other ailments. He tried to counteract this by following a strict diet and doing physical activity. At times, he contemplated suicide. Life is merely terrible. I feel it as few others do. Often, and in my inmost self, perhaps all the time, I doubt whether I am a human being. In 1917, Kafka was diagnosed with tuberculosis, at the time an incurable disease. In 1924, at the age of 40, Kafka could no longer take any nourishment as his laryngeal tuberculosis worsened. He died by starvation. There is infinite hope, Kafka tells us, only not for us. His father is said to have wept bitterly at his funeral. Kafka only published a few stories during his lifetime. One of his last short stories was A Hunger Artist. the story of an artist would sit in a cage and go without eating for many weeks, while spectators would gather around and watch him. Many suspected he was cheating, which would make the artist angry. Eventually, he became to be completely ignored by the public. Before he died, he apologizes and says that he should never have been admired, since the only reason he was fasting and remained hungry was because he could not find any food he liked. The artist was replaced by a panther, attracting large crowds to watch him eat his favorite food. Most of Kafka's work, however, remained unpublished. He would write furiously throughout his life, revising rather little, but ceasing when authenticity no longer seemed to be present. We leave his works in an open state. Incompletion is a quality of his work, a facet of its originality. He never considered fame important. Many years ago, I went over the wishes that I wanted to realize in life. I found that the most important or the most delightful was the wish to attain a view of life and to convince others of it in writing, in which life, while still retaining its natural full bodied rise and fall, would simultaneously be recognized no less clearly as a nothing, a dream, a dim hovering, a beautiful wish, perhaps, if I had wished it rightly. Kafka left all of his unfinished work to his lifelong friend Max Brod, a fellow law student, with explicit instructions for it to be burned and unread. Brod, who was a successful and prolific writer in his time, refused to do so. He had realized that Kafka was no ordinary talent, but a genius. He saw the value of Kafka's virtually unrecognized work and decided that it must be published. In fact, Brod had told Kafka that he would never get rid of his works. Brod wrote the first biography of Kafka in 1937 and rescued Kafka's unfinished works when he fled from Prague to Tel Aviv, penniless and with a single suitcase. He started editing and organizing all of Kafka's works and published them. Kafka's unique work rapidly attracted widespread attention. While Kafka may appear as a dark and gloomy person, Brod actually described him as one of the most entertaining people he had met, and who possessed a great sense of humor, though this was only noticeable in his small group of friends, not in large crowds. This can also be seen in many of his works, which is often a mix of tragedy and subtle comedy. Kafka used to read his work aloud to friends, sometimes laughing so hard he could not continue reading. Kafka's comedy is always also tragedy, and this tragedy always holds an immense and reverent joy. The really central Kafka joke is that the horrific struggle to establish a human self results in a self whose humanity is inseparable from that horrific struggle, that our endless and impossible journey toward home is in fact our home. We will be focusing on three of Kafka's most popular works: The Metamorphosis, The Trial, and The Castle. The Metamorphosis is a The Metamorphosis is a short story published in 1915 and is the most popular of Kafka's writings. It starts off with one of the most iconic opening lines in literature. As Gregor Samsa woke one morning from uneasy dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into a monstrous vermin. The protagonist, Gregor, a traveling salesman, is metamorphosed into a giant insect. However, he still retains his human consciousness. The insect itself cannot be depicted. He thinks it is all a dream and goes back to sleep, but starts reflecting on his strenuous traveling career, where he's unable to form friendly relationships as he's always on the go. He wants to leave his job, but is unable to do so, as he's the breadwinner in the family. Greg is already alienated prior to his transformation. Now, his alienation is intensified. He is a human imprisoned in a non-human body. This reflects Kafka's personal feelings about himself. Gregor realizes that he has overslept and is late for work, but is unable to get out of bed. The contrast between the extraordinary situation of Gregor's transformation and the ordinary terms he uses to describe it an insect trying to get to work, creates a sense of the absurd. His mother knocks on the door, but as he tries to speak, he squeaks and his words appear incomprehensible. The family suspects he may be ill and beg him to unlock the door. After much effort, Gregor drags himself along the floor and opens the door with his mouth, injuring himself. He delivers a long speech to the office manager who has come to visit him, but the latter is horrified and flees. Gregor's family is also terrified and is driven back to his room with the door slammed shut. The family start to take responsibility and prioritize finding a job, whereas before Gregor's transformation, they happily took his money, although there was no longer much warm affection given in return. They were the parasites, though Gregor never complained about that. Gregor finds only has an appetite for rosin food scraps and sealant. However, he still simultaneously neglected by his family and to some of the possessions of his room, which the family tried to remove. His father repeats, if he could just understand us, indicate that there is still hope that Gregor's mind remains intact. His mother calls him her unfortunate son. Gregor thinks, I cannot make you understand what is happening inside me. I cannot even explain it to myself. However, his sister convinces her parents that he is a parasite and in convenience only puts more pressure on their financial situation. She says that nothing of Gregor exists in the insect, and that the real Gregor would have understood them and left on his own accord, letting them carry on with their lives and remember him with respect. Gregor's increasingly neglected by his family, and to some of the possessions of his room, which the family tried to remove to give him more space. Gregor tries to reconcile his humor emotions and history with the physical more and more like an insect. The family think about that tortureless spare and the thought that they had been struck with him as fortune, unlike anything experienced by anyone else they knew or were related to. His father repeats, if he could just understand. I cannot make anyone understand what is happening inside me. I cannot even explain it to myself. However, his sister convinces her parents that he is a parasite, and inconvenience only puts more pressure on their financial situation. She says that nothing of Gregor exists in the insect, and that the real Gregor would have understood them and left on his own accord, letting them carry on with their lives and remember him with respect. Greg is increasingly neglected by his family, he barely eats food, and suffers from several injuries. He thought back of his family with emotion and love. He felt that he must go away even more strongly than his sister. He watched as it slowly began to get light everywhere outside, and his last breath flowed weakly from his nostrils. The story ends with the family briefly mourning the loss, and then taking a day off from their work. The warm sunshine creates a marked contrast from the dark and confined apartment, creating a sense of hope for the future. The Trial is a novel. The Trial is a novel that was published posthumously in 1925. Kafka left it in unordered chapters, and the final version of the novel remains unknown. The chapters, as we have them today, are the sequence that Broad put them in. Somebody must have made a false accusation against Joseph K., for he was arrested on the morning of his 30th birthday. The protagonist, Joseph K., a bank administrator, wakes up to find two strange men with black suits enter his room. He hears the supervisor shout his name from the next room. This is the start of an interrogation where K states that he has been accused of an unspecified and unknown crime. Kay is unaware of who accused him or the authority in charge. The supervisor tells him that he and the others are of minor importance and know nothing of his case. They were merely sent by their superiors. While Kay is under arrest, however, he's free to go to work and won't be hampered in his normal way of life. Kay has been notified by telephone that a brief examination into his case would be held. He has not been summoned at any particular hour and has only been given small details of the location. Naturally, he has great trouble in finding the court. He goes floor by floor searching for the room in the maze-like building. They were treating him with peculiar negligence or indifference. When he finds the place in the attic, he's scolded for arriving late. Kay states, "There's no doubt that behind all the utterances of this court, and therefore behind my arrest and today's examination, there stands a great organization, an organization which not only employs corrupt warders and fatuous supervisors and examining magistrates, of whom the best that can be said is that they are humble officials, but also supports a judiciary of the highest rank with its inevitable vast retinue of servants, secretaries, police officers, and other assistants, perhaps even executioners. I don't shrink from the word. And the purpose of this great organization, gentlemen, to arrest innocent persons and start proceedings against them which are pointless and mostly, as in my case, inconclusive." Kay is burdened with the absurd task of defending himself while being ignorant of the actual accusation. He finds out that the law books present in the court were full of indecent. One cannot help but fall into the depths of despair when encountering obstacles one cannot overcome. The hierarchical structure of the court was endless and beyond the comprehension even of the initiated. Sometimes one simply felt astonished that an average lifetime was long enough for the acquisition of the amount of knowledge one needed to work against a great organization with any degree of success. Progress was always being made, but the nature of this progress could never be communicated. It is catch-22. If we don't know the law, we are obviously guilty. If we know it and can't observe its innumerable and tiny details, we are guilty also. Kay still had to work in the bank and try to keep the case a secret, though rumors were starting to spread. When Kay visits Titorelli, a court painter who has a great deal of knowledge of the processes within the court, is shown a painting of a judge commissioned by the courts. Behind the judge is the figure of justice, who is also the goddess of victory. However, the figure appears to be running, so that the scales are not balanced. Kay looks closer and remarks that it really looks like the goddess of the hunt. Kafka makes us think that the court which states that it is concerned with justice is in fact concerned with hunting down the culprit and triumphing over him. While Kay is innocent, Titorelli admits that once a person is convicted and the highest court is inaccessible to all, the court is completely impervious to proof. However, impervious only to proof presented before the court. There is no definite acquittal, that is, one cannot be freed from being charged with an offense. However, through personal influences, one can prolong the final sentence so that one appears to be free, temporarily free. For the time being, one is detached from the charge, but it still hovers over one and can be instantly reactivated as soon as the order comes from above. The court never forgets. The case still has to be interrogated, sessions are to be held, the case has to be constantly moving, so that from outside something must be seen to be going on. It's all a big show. Case advocate is also incompetent, giving promises of later success, references to progress, but also to the immense difficulties confronting the work. Everything so sickeningly familiar would be produced again to fool Kay once more with vague hopes and to torment him with vague fears. Kay shows up at a cathedral where he was supposed to accompany an important client. However, the man never shows up. Night falls, and as he's leaving, a priest shouts his name. It is the prison chaplain, who tells him that he has been summoned and that his guilt is now considered a proven fact. The priest tells him a parable. Before the law stands a doorkeeper. A man from the country comes to this doorkeeper and asks for entry into the law, but the doorkeeper says he cannot grant him entry now. The man considers and then asks if that means he will be allowed to enter later. It is possible, says the doorkeeper, but not now. If you're so tempted, just try to enter in spite of my prohibition. But take note, I am powerful, and I am only the lowest doorkeeper. But from room to room stand doorkeepers, each more powerful than the last. Such difficulties had not been expected by the man from the country times. He decides it would be better to wait until he gets permission to enter. There he sits for days and years. Finally his sight grows weak, and he does not know if it's really getting darker around him or if his eyes are deceiving him. But he does manage to distinguish in the dark a radiance which breaks out imperishably from the door. The man is so caught up with his doorkeeper that it seems to him the only obstacle to his entry into the law. He grows old and weak, and all his time spent waiting is condensed into one question not yet put to the doorkeeper. But everybody strives for the law, says the man. How is it that in all these years nobody except myself has asked for admittance? The doorkeeper, who realizes the man has reached the end of his life, shouts, "Nobody else could gain admittance here. This entrance was meant only for you. I shall now go and close it." The man never tries to enter the door, and instead waits for permission. The doorkeeper, however, told him that it was up to him if he wanted to enter or not, but he would have been met with resistance and had to fight for it. One interpretation might be that he chose deceptive God instead of himself. Another interpretation could be that it was not the man's fault. His inhibition is a critique of bureaucracy, of the power of authorities, and of the estrangement of modern man. If he had got past the doorkeeper, he would have to face a second and more powerful doorkeeper, and so on ad infinitum. Whatever the interpretation might be, the man also saw an inextinguishable light emerging from the darkness of the door, signaling that there may be a glimmer of hope after all. On the evening just before Kay's 31st birthday, two men came to his room. Kay, who knew what time it was, did not fight back. He is taken to a quarry where he is cold-bloodedly murdered. His last words were, "like a dog," as if the shame were meant to outlive him. The novel often appears nightmarish, surreal, and dehumanizing, while also being profoundly realistic. It is the prophecy of a dystopian or totalitarian society. The morning knock at the door that begins the terror throughout the whole novel stands for what lies in ambush for all of us in our daily lives. We are all on trial. It is the bureaucracy of terror and red tape which characterizes so much of our 21st century, and which Kafka is precisely the one to have defined. The tone of the novel reads in a mechanical and monotone flatness, like a civil service bureaucrat's report on some terrible hellish circumstances. Kafka wouldn't have been able to write this novel if it wasn't for his work as an insurance officer. There's nothing that will make you a pessimist faster than interacting with the legal system. The castle is Kafka. The Castle is Kafka's last unfinished novel that was published posthumously in 1926. In the novel, the protagonist Kay, a land surveyor, is summoned by the castle to measure the land, but has no way of accessing it. He arrives at a village. However, he's not permitted to stay there without a pass from the mysterious bureaucratic powers of the castle. He tries every single thing to try to contact the castle authorities, who in fact summoned him, but it never works. He's informed that he was erroneously requested due to a miscommunication. Nobody knows what the castle officials do. Their actions are never explained. The villagers hold the castle officials in high esteem, who maintain that their work and paperwork is flawless, though the fact that they summoned K as a mistake clearly shows that they are lying and that there are faults in the system. There are great similarities between the castle and the trial. Both highlight the struggle of the protagonist against the great bureaucratic system that no one has access to and that rules over everyone. The castle is the all-seeing eye that pierces through the social mask of your persona. Many interpret the castle as our search for God, including Max Brod. Ambiguity is the essence of Kafka's work. In a parable Kafka wrote, many complain that the words of the wise are always merely parables and of no use in daily life, which is the only life we have. When the sage says, go over, it does not mean that we should cross to some actual place, which we would do anyhow if the labor were worth it. He means some fabulous yonder, something unknown to us, something too that he cannot designate more precisely, and therefore cannot help us here in the very least. All these parables really set out to say merely that the incomprehensible is incomprehensible, and we know that already. But the cares we have to struggle with every day, that is a different matter. Kafka brings us back to reality and tells us that there may well be no magical place that we can go to in order to look forward to life and be happier. He goes on to write, concerning this, a man once said, why such reluctance? If you only followed the parables, you yourselves would become parables, and with that, rid of all your daily cares. Another said, I bet that is also a parable. The first said, you have won. The second said, but unfortunately, only in parable. The first said, no, in reality, in parable, you have lost. In this parable on parables, or meta-parable, Kafka contemplates on the paradox of life. To want to believe in a fabulous yonder in contrast to the mundane existence of everyday life, but at the same time thinking that it's incomprehensible or an inaccessible territory. At the end of his life, Kafka became more spiritual. He wrote, man cannot live without a permanent trust in something indestructible within himself, though both that indestructible something and his own trust in it may remain permanently concealed from him. However dark Kafka's work may seem, he champions the individual over the faceless bureaucracy. The lessons he teaches us is to be truthful, genuine, and ethical. Once one reads Kafka, one never really leaves him. A new door opens in one's life to describe and refer to aspects in one's daily life that could not find that proper expression. If the book we're reading doesn't wake us up with a blow on the head, what are we reading it for? We need the books that affect us like a disaster, that grieve us deeply, like the death of someone we love more than ourselves, like being banished into forests far from everyone, like a suicide. A book must be the axe for the frozen sea inside us.
Some spirit. You're a fucking bitch, Karen. And my handsome wife. Here's my key. Here's my prince. Here's my handsome prince. Prince Harrison por el sur.
Carisol, Chalisol, Horizon, Caricier, pam 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 pam, om sum om. Parishak Calisul, Parishali Pental.
I love you. I love you. Yes, I do. You're very handsome. You're my snuggle kitty. Man, I want to get out of here so bad, Garfield. So bad. Fuck, man. What are we gonna do? Just gonna go out there and get fucking killed? Or what? I'd rather not get fucking killed, but I don't know. Let's go out there and disappear. And then we'll be like, oh, what happened to Taran? Like, hey, well, he said he was gonna get killed. I'm assuming he just descended. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, ascended. Yeah. Something like that, yeah. Come. Pam 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 parishak lisu. Who fucking knows, dude? Who knows? Clue? I do not. Shum bum ba shum dum buddy shum bum bum. Somebody. 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 Gariso. Gariso. Who's my son? Who's God? God's God, mostly, right? Our phones stay under the fucking covers for now, I guess. Son of a bitch, man. Man, I don't want to talk to nobody like that, bro. Show. Taran especially is like, I just want to clean this, and Taran's like, I don't want to touch it. But I do want to touch it today. Well, he did make the win pick up again. He did. No, he did. Statistically.